Mm, 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 Memes? Pause, champ.
E o sol já vai subir. Você desce e vai embora. É quando eu vou dormir.
Wait, why is this? Does it say I'm playing Baba as you? I'm not playing Baba as you. Okay, it's fine. Just didn't update. The song is pretty damn comfy. I like it a lot. And I need to take my I need to take this off. It's too hot in here. How are you doing? It's getting hot in here. So take off all your clothes. How are you doing, Skits? How are you taking off all your clothes? I'm looking at Coomer stuff. Go back to waiting screen, please. No. You can look at Coomer stuff while looking at me. I don't want a guy on my screen. Just Alt-Tab. Leave me in the background. They're already off. Oh shit. Someone's got their pregame on already. Ruined the moment by watching this meme. Uh-oh. I'm scared, Bukra.
If you accept the definition...
Uh-oh.
If you accept the definition that a word is some letters surrounded by a gap, then knop it.
Yeah, it's... Okay. Dandruff on shirt? No. No dandruff on shirt. Okay? Like, this is, so an immaculate shirt. React time. Actually, it is React time. It absolutely is React time. And you know why it is React time? Because I don't want to end up streaming to two people like yesterday when I was playing Valorant. And you were streaming, what's it called? Not My Tempo. So, we're gonna watch this. My god, it's an hour long. I remember watching the beginning of this video already. Hey, those two people had a great time watching you play Valorant. I hope they did. I hope they had the time of their life.
Leftists. Remember that time when Lawrence Southern went out into the Mediterranean and shot flares at refugee
Sorry,
boats?
don't be sorry. I'm just teasing you, okay? It's all good.
That never happened. Plenty of people might have said it.
Lawrence Southern, Beppo Comfy, yes. Don't be sorry for me not being able to compete with a brilliant multi-million-dollar budget movie with great actors and great storytelling and great writing. Like, that's not your fault. How come I wasn't told? I posted it in chat. I do not look. There's something that really makes me cringe. We need a little stun lock here. There's something that really makes me cringe, and it's being pushy about things. And I've been able to be shameless about the whole Raid Shadow Legend thing because fuck it, if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it 100%. And hey, thanks for the like, Frank. How are you doing? I'm doing really good, and you? And it's not about being pushy. It's just about like, I'm gonna do it 100%, and leave it at that. Anyways, what I wanted to say is, I don't like spamming people. I don't like pushing people in the places where it's wrong to push people. Like this is my platform. This is if I choose to talk about Raid fucking Chat Legends, I can do it. If I go on streams.gg, I post one message, I make it a meme and that's it. I'm not gonna post every 30 minutes. I'm not gonna post again when I do different kinds of content. I posted once. If you either you see it in the community streams or you don't. I'm not I gotta be respectful of the fact that it's a space that absolutely doesn't belong to me. It's its own community, etc., etc., right? Anyways, I'm saying pretty obvious stuff, but I felt like I had to say it. Frank motherfucking Baker, hells yeah. But do you know what else doesn't push people? It's the Raid Shadow Legends. It has energy systems, so it doesn't force you to play all the time. Well, yeah, except that what it actually does is it forces you to pay all the time. That's what it does. Okay, don't clip me, please. Fuck chat, I'm spamming chat.
It happened. Fuck, back when I was a 60 sub seedling, I said that happened. And then by contrast, get yourself detained in Italy for shooting flares at refugee boats. What a blockhead. But
okay, sorry. Okay, the last derail, and we're actually gonna watch this video. I feel you. I think it's okay to do 2 links, one that X starting soon and then X starting now. Yeah, maybe I can move on to 2 links. I know a lot of the movie streamers do that, exactly like you said, X starting soon and then X starting now. Also when a different movie happens, so maybe I could do it when I change content once every 2 hours or something. Maybe that would be okay. It probably would be okay. I just really don't want. I'd rather not promote enough than step over the unsaid boundaries. Because I'm thinking, what I'm thinking of. There was this guy I met playing Valorant who also streams, and he has a small Twitch channel. He streams for 2 people. And he. He was curious about where my viewers came from, so I was like, hey, it's this site called streams.gg, you can go hang out there. And he was like, and he started talking about and he started asking, okay, where can I spam in the stream's Discord when I start streaming, and basically he threw up a bunch of red flags dude, I'm gonna push the boundaries as far as I fucking can. I was like, hells no. I am not gonna be the person who introduces this kind of guy into streams.gg. Streams.gg is really comfy. I don't want that blood on my hands. And I kind of shut him down after that. I'm well, thanks for asking. No shame for trying to make money when you're just saying, hey, if you'd like to help support the stream by only taking 10 minutes of your time, that's really nothing. If you're going to do something, do it right. Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel about it. If I have any qualms about it, it's more about the morality of super aggressive microtransaction type video games. You're just streaming hard, not streaming smart. Sure, but I don't know what you mean by that, actually. I'm sorry, that feels like out of the blue. But it is a sentence. It actually is a sentence. Twitch streamer morality Pepilef. I know, right? Alright, fuck. I have some food, or I should wait until my food and to actually watch the video. So I'm gonna stall. It's a joke. Oh yeah, it's the work smart, not hard. Don't work hard, work smart, whatever. That sentence, the words in a sequence that have a meaning. Do you get it? The meaning of the words in the sequence? Aha. When I say stuff like that, I feel like the aliens in those comics. They're I never remember the aliens webcomic. Oh yeah, those ones. I love those ones. Everyone loves those ones. Whoa, Alex, you look damaged. I was exposed to the nearest star. Jealous. I feel more attractive. Honestly, you are. It's the star damage. I crave star damage. Hello, Kino. How are you doing? Pause champ? We are actually pause champing super hard. Because I'm stalling before watching the video I'm gonna watch because I have food arriving and I don't want to interrupt it to get up and go get food. I want to actually just watch it. Watch it, buddy. Better watch yourself. Where's the raid counter at? The raid counter is at 16 out of 30. Only 4 more. If anyone here who tuned in has not done their Raid Shadow Legends tutorial, please be aware that you might be one of the lucky 4 people who take the counter to 20. And at 20, I will have to do a yoga routine as a stretch goal as part of the sponsorship. You will have all week. Okay. You will have all week to you'll have all week to do the tutorial, by the way, if you want to do it another day or a little sometime later. What is this video about? This video is apparently, it's been recommended to me by Soap. This video is apparently, I don't want to say deconstruction. It's apparently a retrospective on Lauren Southern and the rumors saying that she basically, was murdering refugees in boats versus the reality of what she did, which was pretty bad, but it's different. Neyman doesn't know about the payout. He should. He read the forums threads about it. No, I didn't read the forums threads about it. All I did was read some reviews about the payout and the fact that, if I understand correctly, the payout's like 60 days later. So it's definitely not. I can't expect the money anytime soon. That's for sure. I love Lauren Southern. Well, okay. Oh, no. Oh, wait, what are you guys talking about? A reanalysis of Lauren Southern's previous actions against refugees and looking at her current rebranding efforts through that lens. Thank you. Excellent. Okay. Just that the payout is late as fuck. Well, yeah, I know about that. So many companies do that. You have to understand that. Oh shit. My oh no, my writer's trying to call me. Uh-oh. Look how generic the Google results are. Actually true, the results were pretty generic. Maybe it's like Google bombed. Or Google is so shit now. Well, yeah, Google is pretty bad. Oh no, the guy's at the wrong building. Okay, I need to, I'm so sorry. I need to call him back. I'll be right back. Ay, 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 ay. Dude's struggling to find my my building. Hey, that's an advantage. If even though you guys doxed me, like, or I doxed myself rather, 50 million times. You know what's good? You still can't find where I live at. Light the beacon. Oh shit, light the beacon. Why is Bukra getting scammed? Wait, why are you talking about, are you guys talking about Bukra getting scammed? Is it Trimbo yet? Wait, who's Trimbo? What is Trimbo? Trimbo. What is wrong with you guys? Yeah, what is wrong with you guys? I'm so sorry. I need to keep my eyes on the phone. I don't know. Fuck, I don't know. I'm getting paid. No scam can confirm. Yes, actually, I did pay Bukra. Say it like is a k. Crimbo. Like Christmas. Christmas. Crimbo. Can I leave now? No, you're here forever. Crimbo. The OED cites the first... God, do I have to go downstairs? If Bukra is getting paid, Neyman is getting scammed. Uh-oh. The OED cites the first printed usage of the variant spelling Crimbo as being in 1928. They give John Lennon's 1963 usage in a Beatles fan club Christmas single as the first recorded use of the variant form Crimble. Oh, it's supposed to be Christmas? Alternative form of Crimbo? What's it supposed to mean? There's... Oh, etymology... Proper noun. Christmas. Okay, yeah, it is Christmas, sorry. Especially with regards to its more secular and commercial aspects. Okay, it's Britbonger slang for Christmas. I see. Okay. Oui, allô? I can't read, okay? Fuck, he called me again. And then he hung up right away. I need to go. I'll be right back. I promise, okay? I'll be right back with you. Here, have some elevator music while I'm gone, okay? You'll be safe. You'll be comfy. Alright. Almost done. Okay, now I just have to plug the camera back in, which is my phone, so it's fucked. I need to use it. Taipei is the main city in Taiwan. Taiwan #1, as they say in the common parlance. Oh, look at those eyes. Yay! I'll be right back. Oh my god, it's the reactor. The nuclear reactor. I think this is the most scuffed start to stream I've done in a while. I've been pretty good at avoiding, like, doing exactly this. But not today. It was not meant to be. Nice drink, thank you. Yeah, I know you like it. Just make sure Neyman doesn't vacuum. I'd hate for you to end up in the dustbin again. What? I'm currently hiding in a pizza box. What the fuck? Oh, there you are. Hi, Roser. Arg on low. Alright. I don't have any space on my desk. I need to clean up my desk someday.
I said that that happened. And then by contrast, get yourself
Alright,
detained. Remember? Hey there, fellow leftist.
Okay, first off, I'm getting really hardcore. Almost as scuffed as last stream. Well, no, because last stream wasn't scuffed as in terms of production. Anyways. I'm getting hardcore like ContraPoints vibes on this video right from the get-go with the intro, like which is a compliment, like the whole like trying to make some like production value and all that stuff.
Hey there, fellow leftists. Remember that time when Lauren Southern went out into the Mediterranean and shot flares at refugee boats? I don't. That never happened. Plenty of people might have said it happened. Fuck, back when I was a 60 sub seedling, I said that that happened. And then by contrast, get yourself detained in Italy for shooting flares at refugee boats. What a blockhead. But consider this my personal growth video, because I'm here to set things straight. Lauren Southern did not go out into the sea with nets and hooks trying to drown refugees like some kind of Dora the Nazi explorer, and she absolutely did not shoot any flares at the boats. But
Blockhead?
so you
Minecraft
might be
buggies.
wondering, why am I talking about the boats? That was 4 years ago. Why am I arguing with a version of Lauren Southern that no longer exists? Do leftists not believe in rehabilitation and grumble? Well, yes, I do, and don't worry, because I'm only bringing up Lauren Southern's past after hearing what she's had to say about it today. She's had the question of the boats brought up to her quite a few times since she came back to YouTube. I've listened to her explanations, and if I thought this was a version of Lauren that no longer exists, I probably wouldn't be making this video. But before we get into that, let's talk about what happened. Part 1. The boats. In the early 2010s, the first waves of an unprecedented refugee crisis started to appear in Europe. The aftermath of the Arab Spring had led to the collapse of several regimes in northern Africa, Syria had plunged into a civil war, and conditions in neighbouring countries were quickly deteriorating. The result was millions of displaced people, the vast majority of whom decided to go to Europe. Okay, that's not true, most of them actually went to these countries, but Europe did take a good few. Out of all the main entry points to Europe, the most deadly was the central Mediterranean route from Libya to Italy. From 2012 to 2013, the number of crossings along this route had almost quadrupled. The people crossing were typically doing so on cheap, overcrowded boats provided by human smugglers, and as the crossings increased, so too did the number of deaths. On October the 3rd, 2013, the crisis made headlines after more than 360 people drowned in a shipwreck that was within sight of the Italian island of Lampedusa. The Italian president called the event a slaughter of innocents, and later that month, the Italian government launched a rescue mission called Mare Nostrum. Mare Nostrum was what we'll describe as the Chad operation. They had 900 staff, an amphibious assault carrier, 2 frigates, 2 submarines, helicopters, and drones. In its first year,
Wir schaffen das. I don't know what that means. My German's not good enough.
they rescued over 150,000 people, arrested 350 smugglers, and confiscated 9 ships. However, the operation was also expensive, and in typical EU fashion, none of the other member states were willing to support it. Along with that, EU arrangements made it difficult for asylum seekers to move past Italy, meaning they were becoming quickly concentrated in the southern coast. The backlash was a rise of anti-immigrant sentiment and the idea that Mare Nostrum was serving as a pull factor, encouraging illegitimate migrants to make the journey over when they otherwise wouldn't have. The operation was terminated at the end of 2014 and then replaced by a smaller body that covered a lot less space. The idea...
Yeah, I was thinking about that as he was describing it, because I don't remember who was president in Italy back then, but like the current Italian government is not like a particularly pro-immigration, humanitarian, let's be nice to people type government. It's pretty fucking right wing. It's pretty conservative. Merkel is famous for that quote, since that quote inspired a lot of refugees to come to Germany. To paraphrase it, we are going to solve the crisis by allowing immigrants here. Okay. Like, we accept you or something, yeah?
was that this would reduce people's willingness to make the dangerous journey over. And then, in the early months of 2015, this happened. You see those big spikes there? That's the death rate in 2015, just after Mare Nostrum was ended. In April of that year, a breaking point was reached when 2 boats capsized and over 1,000 people drowned. As a response to the rising death rate, the gap in search and rescue was filled by non-government organizations who sent out 4 vessels in May. By 2017, they were the biggest rescue actors in the Mediterranean. But the NGOs were immediately viewed with suspicion. Unlike Mare Nostrum, they didn't have the power to arrest smugglers or to confiscate boats. All they could do was rescue people, to which increasingly right-wing governments in southern Europe said, "F that." NGOs were branded as sea taxis and vice smugglers. They were accused of encouraging human trafficking and even in some cases of directly colluding with smugglers. Several criminal investigations were launched, ships were frequently impounded, and the Italian government in particular started using policy initiatives to restrict the movement of rescue missions. For some people on the right, this wasn't enough. Enter Lauren Southern. In 2017, a French anti-immigrant youth group called Generation Identity decided to play their own role in policing the Mediterranean. They set up a project called Defend Europe. They had a website which had a mission statement describing the migrant wave as an invasion, and they set up a fundraiser for travel costs, ships, and research. Wait, is that the 4chan logo? Okay. Their
for
goal
research
was to protest.
Oh my god, imagine you put the 4chan logo for your research icon. I think that's very telling. Italian government now is a bunch of clowns. Yep. Is this a Hassan stream? He always starts streaming and starts eating. Listen here, you little... Yes. This is scuffed Hassan.
Boats trying to enter Europe and ultimately to start a rescue mission of their own. By rescue, I mean they wanted to take anyone they found back to Libya, and more on that later. In the summer of 2017, a group of GI members took a small boat out to the Mediterranean where they tried to obstruct an NGO vessel called the Aquarius. The group was joined by a young Lauren Southern who live-streamed the event whilst holding up a hand flare and chanting the words, "No more illegal immigration."
So this is a boat called the Aquarius that has been illegally bringing in migrants from the Libyan Ocean for the last while. And they're just heading out again to bring in more illegal migrants, and we are going to stop them. No way they're coming in here. No way they're bringing in more illegals. No more! No more! Illegal immigration! No more! No more! Illegal
She's just sitting in the middle of the
After
sea
the event,
protesting.
they celebrated on a live stream and even asked 4chan to help them in the future.
What we want to do, we want to defend Europe from this invasion of migrants and illegals.
Scuffed
And
Hassan,
we need
Mike
now,
from PA.
in fact, the help.
No, Mike from PA is not Scuffed Hassan. I've at least learned to have food ready when I watch your streams. You always eat and it makes me hungry. That's good. You're prepared.
Of the 4chan, Paul, artists, all the people on the PCs, you on the internet and we on the sea. Together we can stop this.
Absolutely. So, Paul, we're gonna need your help now.
So at first glance, this is pretty fucked up, right? Running around like some kind of self-appointed border patrol officer, trying to obstruct a boat that had rescued over 10,000 people. Of all the things Lauren could have to regret about her past, I'd imagine this would come out on top. But that isn't where the story ended. A year later, the Italian Interior Minister Matteo Salvini refused entrance to the Aquarius. Pay attention to him, by the way, he's important. The vessel, which had over 600 people on board, was temporarily stranded before it was finally accepted by the Prime Minister of Spain. Although no one had been formally charged at this point, the NGO was repeatedly accused of colluding with human traffickers, and now that they weren't allowed to dock in Italy, they were in a grey zone. Then, with a series of contradictory statements from various parties, the Aquarius had its registration removed and would no longer operate as a rescue vessel. At the end of 2018, the Italian authorities went one step further and called for the Aquarius to be impounded, stating that 24 of the ship's crew members, including their captain, were put under investigation for trafficking and illegal management of waste. Naturally, the NGO's head of emergencies described.
Wait, he's not saying the headline fully. What the fuck is that headline about the people on the boat having HIV? And that meaning that their clothing is like dangerous waste? Holy shit! That's some next level stuff. Would you date Lauren Southern if she wasn't racist? I mean, physically she's attractive. Just wait, he gets into it. Alright. Paul, we need your help to stop this invasion, yeah. Dutch people weren't allowed to go by boat to Italy since one Dutch boat was saving immigrants and dropping them off in Italy. It's still an issue. Oh, like no boats? You don't mean Dutch people, you mean Dutch boats aren't allowed in Italy, right? That's interesting. That's like still upheld as well.
These allegations as defamatory and unfounded, so don't worry, we will find out which one of these sides is lying. But first, we should see what Lauren had to say about it. In 2018, she made a video celebrating the deflagging of the Aquarius, and her reasoning was more or less the same as it is now. In a very recent conversation with a streamer called Booksmarts, she gave off quite a few explanations, so there's plenty to work with here. Part 2. Trafficking.
So why the Aquarius was under investigation and why it was ultimately shut down and impounded for illegal actions is, first of all, they were under investigation by the Italians for going on the coast and working as a trafficking service, not a rescue service.
Back in the summer of 2017, a group called Generation Identity held a campaign to protest NGO boats colluding with traffickers and sneaking illegal immigrants into Sicily and, I guess, all over Europe.
This is one of the most common accusations laid against NGOs, and here's how it works. Typically, people in Northern Africa would pay smugglers for a boat to take them across the Mediterranean. Most of these boats are little more than rubber dinghies, which aren't considered safe for the open sea. Once they were at sea, the migrants would then make a distress call which has to be answered by a vessel in the area. The people in the dinghy are then taken on board the vessel where they can continue their journey safely. This is how a standard rescue mission works, and from the perspective of the rescuers, all of this is perfectly legal. What isn't legal is if NGO workers are caught directly communicating or colluding with smugglers. Even when they are seen, the NGO workers are instructed not to interact with them and definitely not to confront them. It turns out smugglers can be kind of aggressive. Now, Lauren is correct that the Aquarius crew members were accused of colluding with smugglers. Salvini made a fairly direct reference to this when he closed Italy's ports to them, but what she doesn't say is, this was never proven. And while I have you there, every single investigation into criminal activity by NGOs in the Central Mediterranean has so far ended with an acquittal. 5 investigations were closed without any formal charges, And so far, there has only been one that will go to trial. No, not the Aquarius, a German vessel called Jugendrettet, and they aren't even being accused of helping smugglers. Their charge is that on one of their missions, they potentially rescued migrants who were not in a situation of distress. That's it. The closest they've come to a conviction was against a captain who was found guilty of registration issues and then later acquitted in the appeal trial. And wait, there's more. It turns out that a couple of the investigations weren't even opened because of criminality. In at least 2 cases, Italian prosecutors impounded vessels which had been stranded after Salvini refused to let them dock. One of them had been at sea for 19 days, and according to the prosecutors, Italy had been breaking international law by leaving people stranded for so long. They chose to impound the ships just so they could get the migrants to shore. Wait, so that's it? The accusations are completely baseless? They're just a tool used by right-wing politicians so they can impound ships, smear the rescuers, and hinder their fundraising, all just to stop refugees from arriving? Well, yeah. Except, there is in fact one person who does claim to have definitive evidence against NGOs. Incidentally, that one person is none other than Lauren Southern. What? Yep. Lauren Southern has a video on her channel called Undercover, exposing NGO smugglers in Greece. Now that is huge. Because if that's true, it would mean that she managed to find something that all the authorities missed. Let's investigate this. Part 2.5. Lauren Southern is a lying hack who lies about things and calls it journalism. Sorry, that's poisoning the well. We should... Okay. Part 2.5. A review of Lauren Southern's journalism. So this video is a couple of years old, but it's extremely relevant to the topic,
Dutch ships
and it's
based on the
also a
fact they were
teaser
Dutch.
segment from her
I think that's pretty
Borderless
normal.
documentary, which Lauren wants more people to see.
So like that was the project I spent the most money on, which was very humanizing of migrants. But the thing is, none of my critics watch it, and that was 3 years ago.
You're welcome, Lauren. The story being covered is about a Greek NGO founder called Panos Moraitis, who is accused of helping people smugglers as well as money laundering, espionage, and forgery. Before giving himself up to the police in Lesbos, Panos was away from the island and considered to be in hiding. But before the police got to him, Lauren wanted to get a hold of him for an interview. Look, this is impressive, isn't it? There's an evidence board, there's Panos in hiding, and these two are going to find him before he's taken into custody.
And they're linked to Doctors Without Borders. I mean, they're hugely connected, but it all leads back to Panos.
So how are we going to get him?
I'm going to reach out to the rest of the RCR members who haven't been arrested and who are still active, see if we can get a connection to him, and then we can maybe arrange a call, maybe a meeting, but I think that's so unlikely given that he's in hiding from the police.
Well, we can try.
We can try.
I mean, the police have already found a few of their other high-profile members. You can't be nowhere.
Then it goes to 1 week later. They still haven't found him yet, but now they might have a lead.
You know, all volunteers have resigned in fear of being arrested. There are very limited people that can represent the organization, and these operate off the record at the moment while they are trying
Right. Here's the problem. The date on that laptop is the 10th of October. The first scene was 1 week earlier, so the 3rd, which is weird because the guy they're looking for turned himself in on the 19th of September. So they're talking about trying to find him 3 weeks after he was already found. What? None of this is real. Everything they're apparently trying to figure out was already available in the press when they recorded this. This isn't investigative journalism. This is a film set with 2 wallopers pretending to be investigative journalists. I feel like we should watch a bit more of this just so we can enjoy Lauren's acting.
Okay,
So-
contact them right away and let's see where we can
Yeah.
go from this. That would be amazing.
Even if we don't get this former person, we've still got the press person, so we can probably...
We've got someone that is in contact with Panos.
Maybe he's even
Yeah.
met Panos. Okay,
Yeah.
let's do it.
Wow. They're gonna find him.
Good morning.
That's right.
Yeah, no, this is worth it. I promise.
Holy shit.
So, ERCI have
Maybe I should become a journalist.
They've said that we can
Seems easier than streaming.
directly with Panos, not even on Skype, on the phone, in
With
person.
Panos.
In person. Yeah,
the guy who's behind all of this. So he's arriving in Mytilene in 2 hours, which is, he's basically, I've got this shipping app, which they've given me an update to, and they've said that he is here, on the ship here, which is gonna come around.
Right. Here's the problem. Kalen, that's his name, is waking Lauren up just after midnight, presumably an hour after that laptop scene, to say that the guy who turned himself in 3 weeks ago was going to turn himself in the next 2 hours. Are we following?
Lauren, we're looking for someone in jail.
It's midnight, sometime after October the 10th, and Panos is arriving in Lesbos at 3 in the morning.
Is security up?
Yeah, he said you can do it. He said actually we should probably leave like now, because we want to get there really early, speak to the lawyer, and just figure out like a route onto the ship.
Okay, so we have to leave now. So why is it broad daylight when they arrive at the boat? And why is this definitely real text exchange happening at 8 in the morning? The strangest thing is, they did interview this guy. It's just that the lead up to that interview completely changes in her Borderless documentary. Instead of happening in Charlie's detective bunker, it just happens over the phone.
Apparently there's going to be a passenger ship docking in Lesbos this morning with the leader of ERCI on it, this Panos Moraitis guy.
Yeah, he's the one that's in hiding from police for the last little bit.
Fucking... Why would you do that? The interview itself is pretty underwhelming. He just says what his charges are and that he denies them, but here comes the expose. After this interview, when the cameras went off, they claimed, and I emphasize the word claimed here, to have met with Panos' lawyer where they secretly recorded this.
They said that we were actually money laundering unknown sums of money. And the press in Greece said like 500 million. And in reality it was 500,000 euro, which if you engage with NGOs, you know it's a small amount of money actually, for 3 years. Wow. But we were laundering it.
So...
Okay. She's trying to make us believe that she called a random guy's lawyer, and he just openly admits in a phone call before the trial, oh yeah, we laundered 500,000 euro. And you know, it's not a lot of money in the business. A fucking lawyer.
I've just gone back to watch some of the footage, the interview we did with Panos, the head of ERCI, and I'm listening to the undercover recording we have now. Panos denied all of these allegations to the police and publicly. He said they were partaking in no money laundering at all, and I'm pretty sure I just heard his lawyers say to us on tape they laundered $500,000. I mean, we have to send this to police. This could actually impact the court case.
That is so convincing. Okay, here's the problem with alternative media. People like Lauren, people like me even, are not accountable to anyone. We can just say whatever the fuck we want. People in mainstream journalism, whatever you think about them, can get fired for like making up quotes. Boris Johnson, guy who gets away with everything, was fired for making up a quote. I, on the other hand, can just waltz in here and say that I spoke to a refugee in Paris and he said, "Yes, I am a refugee. I met with Lauren Sazel in 2018. She told me to go back to my country and then proceeded to shoot me in the balls with a, how you say it?"
Okay, real talk. How many people would have paid good money to have Lauren Southern shoot them in the balls? Let's be honest. Raise your hand if that would make you happy, okay? Okay, that's what I thought. Name is accountable, I lip praxis. I'm accountable to Senpai Chao's definitions to words. That's what happens. More like stomp my balls. I'm sure she would oblige. With heels, absolutely. Hey, maybe you can do both. Maybe she has those Bayonetta shoes. The ones that are guns at the same time. So she like stomps your balls with the heel and then shoots into them. Name, I was actually in Greece to save refugees in the open sea back in 2016. Don't question the 5-year gap. Alright.
Flare gun? I can't believe what I'm hearing. This is huge. This could really impact the hell, Lauren. Even if this really is Panos' lawyer, the lack of verification is still stunning. We're never told what the lawyer's name is. We don't know if the phrase, "we were laundering it," is him admitting to something or just describing the charges. There's no clarifying question from the interviewer, and the wider context of the conversation is completely absent. Panos and his colleagues were released on bail in December 2018, so no, he wasn't still in custody when Borderless came out. In 2020, Amnesty International published a breakdown of the investigation against Panos and his colleagues. Look, they even addressed the money laundering charge, which apparently relates to a fundraiser done by 2 of Panos' volunteers. Hey, it looks like they haven't uncovered any wrongdoing so far. I guess they never received that definitely real confession that Lauren is definitely sincerely reacting to here. Hey, Lauren? Hey? Honestly, I think it would be in Lauren's interest to just concede the point about trafficking, especially since one of the groups that was investigated for trafficking was none other than Generation Identity. Really, in July 2017, barely 2 months after Lauren's stunt, a group of Defend Europe activists were deported from Cyprus after they arrived on a vessel with 21 Sri Lankans, 5 of whom ended up claiming asylum. The GI activists were accused of giving out false documents, but were released for a lack of evidence. Who says The Guardian doesn't do both sides, eh? Coming back to the Aquarius, they were already acquitted of a €200,000 fine that the Italian government tried to seize from their NGO. As for their ongoing investigation, let's look at that. Part 3.
Name stream. Let's talk about politics 5 seconds later. Who likes cock and ball torture? Because I do. Look. Name a more political kink than cock and ball torture. I'm waiting. CBT stream now. Hells yeah. I'd shoot into her. What? Oh, I get it. Is Lauren Southern the smug emote? Waterboarding is a torture technique, not a kink, okay? I would what now? Oh, I'm not done eating actually. I thought I was done. I still have. So I finished my like pork and hot sauce. I still have this those little bits of lotus. What did I come to? You came to the political cock and ball torture stream. Alright, back to the video. More political sexual activity? What about just being gay? Actually, true. You got me there.
10 tons of HIV. So it looks like we're clear on smuggling charges, but that still leaves the primary accusation against the Aquarius: the mismanagement of toxic waste.
the whole ship and operation was just operating illegally, which is why it was shut down. They were dropping toxic waste in the Mediterranean. I think it had like HIV on it. I think it was like tons of it, 10 tons of it. It was crazy.
10 tons of HIV.
So these were
that's crazy.
HIV infected like clothing and stuff. They
I'm
were
messing
dumping it
with
into it. You can look this up. This is all, yeah.
Well, don't mind if I do. I do wonder why she brought this up because there was no mention of toxic waste before 2018, which kind of suggests she was looking for a post hoc justification, but oh well. In any case, Lauren is being conservative here. It was actually 24 tons. This was another one of Salvini's claims against the Aquarius, and where do you start? First of all, I'm not sure why she thinks it was dumped in the sea. As far as I've been able to find, the waste was handed over to local authorities in containers labelled as special waste, which would just be standard procedure. The problem was that apparently some of the contents should have been labelled as toxic waste. The toxic waste they were referring to was the discarded clothes of refugees who had been rescued. According to Salvini and the prosecutors, the clothing had been contaminated not just with HIV, but also with meningitis and tuberculosis. Despite the fact that none of these diseases can be transmitted on clothes. F***ing hell!
Wait. What if you have an open wound that touches... What if you have an open wound that touches clothing that has HIV on it? Obviously, you can be in contact with HIV and you won't get infected. But if you have an open wound, then that changes everything. I'm not sure this is a fully... I'm not sure this is a fully good take from him. I would want authorities... I doubt HIV survives outside the body for long. I don't know. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Most viruses don't. Most viruses are actually really fragile. And from what I know, HIV is a really fragile virus. So very likely it dies really, really fast. But we could research that actually really fast, really quick. How long does HIV survive outside the body? HIV can survive in dried blood at room temperature for up to 6 days, although the concentrations of virus in dried blood will be invariably be low to negligible. Okay, so what the virus concentration means, it means that it's very, very unlikely for you to get infected from it. You can't get an HIV from clothes in the ocean. Yeah, but we're not talking about clothes in the ocean. We're talking about clothes they delivered in like containers. Under specific conditions, HIV can survive outside of the body for hours or even days if the temperature, humidity, UV exposure, and pH balance are all just right. It is a very unusual set of conditions, but one that is in fact possible. There must be body fluids in which HIV can thrive. This includes semen, blood, vaginal fluid, and breast milk. There must be a route by which HIV can enter the body. The virus must be able to reach vulnerable cells inside the body. So scrapes, abrasions, and skin prick do not offer the deep penetration needed for an infection to occur. And there must be sufficient quantities of virus in the body fluids. Saliva, sweat, and tears all either contain enzymes that inhibit HIV or have a pH hostile to HIV. Okay. It's insanely unlikely, and tuberculosis probably more so, yeah. Yeah. Definitely seems unlikely.
Okay. You can't get HIV from clothes, or from phones, toilet seats, spoons, or cups, in case anyone needed to know. Tuberculosis is spread from the air and can't be transmitted through clothes, and meningitis is transferred directly from the nose and throat and can't be carried on clothes. This is the investigation that the Italian authorities persisted with, by the way. So not only did Lauren try to use this to justify her actions after the fact, she also seems to have been putting a strange amount of trust in someone who invented AIDS burqas. And Lauren definitely knows who Salvini is. She follows him on Twitter, and then she also mentioned him in her Vindicated video.
Italy's Interior Minister Matteo Salvini blocked the ship from docking at its ports, saying, "From today, Italy will start to say no to human trafficking and no to the business of illegal immigration." I didn't even stop the boat. GI didn't stop the boat. We didn't touch it. And the Italian government is doing exactly that. And what are you guys gonna do? Are you gonna call the government enforcing its laws terrorists?
Well, terrorist, that's a bit strong, but remember I told you about migrants being stranded after the port closures and how some prosecutors thought that might be illegal? Well, it turns out Salvini went on trial this month because leaving people stranded at sea for 2.5 weeks could potentially be classed as kidnapping. And that's not even the first time he's been in trouble with the law, so yeah, that guy. Part 4, illegal immigration. Okay, so I think it's safe to assume that Lauren and definitely Generation Identity did not try to stop the boat because of some deep-seated concern for trafficking or tuberculosis trousers. The real thing she emphasized both back then and now was illegal immigration. That was the thing they were chanting after all.
No more! No more! Illegal immigration! No more! No more! Illegal immigration!
But in a lot of cases, even the reasonable lefties, their problem with me is something that I'm not going to be able to apologize for. Because they think the problem inherently, like, all the context with the boat and shit, they think the problem is that I'm against illegal immigration, and I still am.
Now, it is technically true that turning up to a country unannounced on a dinghy boat or a rescue vessel is illegal. The problem is, the framing here is very misleading. Because if this isn't a proper channel, the question becomes, what else is a refugee supposed to do? Like, if you're having to flee war or persecution or a failed...
There's something she's completely omitting here, and he's about to get into it. I want to say it in my own words. If you're seeking political asylum, first you get into the country that you're going to ask asylum in, and then you ask asylum. You can't make it into the country most of the time legally. It becomes legal post hoc once you acquire a proper refugee status. Or, you know, somehow you're in a war-torn country or being persecuted for your political or religious or whatever identities, but you know, you have the time to go to the embassy, file some paperwork, wait for 2 or 3 months, then get the paperwork back, and then you book your flight so you can arrive in the country. No, that's not how it happens. And when you're in trouble, you go there, you flee the fuck out of where you're in trouble, and you hope for the best, right? I'm going to France and asking for asylum. Good luck.
State, you can't really be expected to just grab a visa and fly over, given that the death rate in the central Mediterranean...
What do you mean I'm wrong for hunting underground Jewish evacuations from Nazi Germany? Don't you know it's illegal for them to run to other countries? Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's a Godwin point, but yeah.
...is 1 in 50 on a good year. This journey is mostly a last resort. That's kind of the point of being a refugee. After watching quite a bit of Lauren's content, I noticed she makes legal arguments quite a lot, but she never mentions international laws on immigration, probably because it would completely contradict her position. For example, the UN Convention on Refugees specifically makes an exception, stating that refugees are allowed to enter the country illegally and that the contracting state is obligated to hear their case. In case you noticed it, I should also explain what they mean by coming directly there. The wording here often gets misunderstood, but directly is only a reference to whether or not they settled in a previous state. And contrary to popular belief, refugees have no obligation to claim asylum in the first safe country they arrived in. I know that fact might be upsetting to some people, but really it makes sense. As the UN put it themselves, forcing people to stay in the first safe country puts an arbitrary and disproportionate burden on whatever country happens to be next door. For example, if a civil war breaks out in Scotland, then I'm sorry, but you can't just expect me and 3 million other wankers to go and live in fucking England. That's just not fair on anyone. The only possible exception to this rule is the Dublin Agreement for EU member states, which doesn't really force people to stay in the first safe country, but it can sometimes undermine their asylum claim if they don't. So the people arriving in Europe are acting within their rights. But I know there are some tentacles that Lauren can grow for this argument. Part 4.3. Economic migrants. I mean, this one is basically mainstream at this point. They're not refugees, they're economic migrants. In her older video, Lauren even claimed to have pretty strong backing.
Do you think he knows sign?
These ships had been portrayed in the media as helping and saving drowning refugees. And of course, the media completely neglected the research by both the UN and the EU, which confirmed Generation Identity's position that these were economic illegal migrants from non-refugee nations that were being trafficked and not saved.
So I don't know if this was what the UN or the EU said. She hasn't put any sources, and the closest I could find to it was an article from UN Dispatch, which said, some of the migrants aboard the Aquarius are certainly economic migrants, but initial processing in both France and Spain revealed that many were likely legitimate asylum seekers who have the legal right to seek asylum. And then it goes on to attack the politicians who make all the same arguments Lauren does. So, not much of an endorsement there, really. Now, you might have noticed I've been using the words refugee and migrant kind of interchangeably.
No.
And that's because the people arriving on the boats are really a bit of both. It is absolutely true that not everyone arriving in Europe gets their claim accepted. In 2020, about 40% of the claims were accepted first time, and then a further 29% of appeals and reviews were accepted. Still, that's quite a lot of people with unsuccessful claims. We'll get into some of the reasons for that in a minute. But the real question is, what exactly is an NGO supposed to do about this? If some of the people they rescue have legitimate asylum claims and others don't, how are they supposed to know that? Well, they're not, because that isn't their job. Even if they wanted to, they have neither the means nor the right to assess people's immigration status. All they can do is rescue people.
Economic immigrants from Syria, Omegalol, making that point in 2018 is weird as fuck. There are some people from Iraq trying to get in, but they got turned down and sent back. Yeah, and we're talking about Mediterranean refugee boats, so it's also a lot of people from Africa and North Africa, from countries that also deserve asylum, like Eritreans or Somalians. So it's the same fucking argument. But yeah.
And help them complete their journey. And Lauren has some questions about that too. Part 4. Safe ports.
Maritime laws are that if anyone is near a boat that is drowning, any ships out in the Mediterranean, you have to go and save them. NGO or not, you have to go and help them. And then when you follow maritime law, you have to take them to the closest port of safety.
Right, so she is at least correct that states and NGOs are obligated to rescue people in distress. Awesome. She's almost correct about them having to go to the nearest safe port, but not quite. The term used in UN guidelines is the next port of call, and as they say themselves, there are a number of possibilities here. It can often be the nearest safe port, but as they say, the safety and dignity of those rescued and the crew must be the overriding consideration. This is where it gets a bit difficult because not every country has the same opinion on what counts as a safe port. The EU couldn't even agree on whether or not Mali was a safe country despite them having an FGM rate of 91%. Ugh. Hungary has a list that seems to exclude US states that still carry the death penalty, which is funny. In 2018, Germany was trying to declare Tunisia, Morocco, and Algeria as safe countries, whilst the EU rejected this idea, which was probably the right call given that Tunisia still doesn't even have asylum legislation, and Algeria just recently expelled over 3,000 migrants to Niger without due process. Spain does consider Morocco a safe port, but that doesn't really matter here because Moroccan waters were further away from the Aquarius. No law was being broken here. What I find really weird is that she also suggested Libya as a safe port.
And working as a trafficking service, not a rescue service. So instead of bringing them to the closest port in Libya and Morocco, they were accused of bringing them to Spain, which is clearly what was happening, or Spain or Italy.
Hey, Lauren, I don't expect you to know this. You only went and made a documentary about the whole thing. But there might be a couple of problems with sending rescued people to Libya. You know, Libya, the country that's only gone and had 2 civil wars in the last 10 years. Incidentally, one of the only countries for which the UN had to write a standalone press release emphatically saying it couldn't be considered a safe port. Look, they even stress the point. Commercial vessels must not be directed to bring rescued passengers back to Libya. Now, she did say this in a free-flowing conversation, but it wasn't an accident. Sending rescuees to Libya was also the intention of Generation Identity. She was told this was their plan.
And we also say if we, for example, see migrants who are actually in danger, we'll of course rescue and save them, but we will bring them back to the Libyan coast.
And hey, it turns out they weren't even alone in thinking this. There's also at least one prominent politician who thinks Libya has safe ports and can be seen as a trustworthy country. Oh look, it's this guy again. You know, maybe this is why so many people were struggling with their asylum claims. Maybe the threshold for refugee status is being set a little too high if countries in civil war are being described as safe ports. Maybe. Of course, Salvini would have to say that, because in 2017, Italy signed a memorandum of understanding where they gave financial support to the Libyan Coast Guard in exchange for them intercepting refugees and taking them back to Libya. And
the plot deepens. That's so European. We will accept people from the US. It isn't a safe country with a capital punishment. Hells yeah. Something about school shootings and all that stuff. Italy, such a beautiful place with such fucked up politics. Yeah. I don't know why Italian politics are so fucked. I don't know if it's the socioeconomic conditions of the people or the criminal ties between politics and or all the like criminal influence on power. Or something else yet, or some combination of those factors. I don't know.
It's really just the law that Lauren's concerned about. You'd think she'd be against this given that it would directly violate international laws against the refoulement of refugees. After being returned to Libya, refugees were reported to have faced arbitrary detentions, torture, enforced disappearance, sexual violence, exploitation, and trafficking within Africa. By this year, the number of people intercepted was at least 60,000. Occasionally, the Libyan Coast Guard has even been known to violently interrupt NGO rescue missions. In 2016, one of these clashes, which was partially caught on camera, involved the LCG boarding an overcrowded dinghy, beating people, and causing the boat to rupture. The Sea-Watch NGO managed to pull most of the migrants out of the water, but estimates were that at least 25 people had drowned. And after a spike in detentions and detention-related abuses in Libya, the memorandum was renewed in early 2020.
Oh no.
Part 5, the pull factor. The idea of a pull factor is a...
It's the split between North and South. Ted the Historian made a good video on it.
Essentially, the NGOs were encouraging people to make the journey over when they otherwise didn't have to. My first thought is to wonder how practical this is. The idea that people would make a split decision to sell their belongings, jump on a shaky little dinghy boat and risk drowning on the chance that they might be saved is... I don't know. But we don't need to get into that because we can just look at the evidence she gives.
Like, I don't think those boats should be going through the Mediterranean. I think that people are drowning because of that, and they should probably have a policy similar to Australia, where they're like, no, you go through the proper refugee migrant process. Otherwise, we get increased drownings. I really think people should look into the data on that because there is a pull factor.
So that's pretty simple, right? The boats were getting stopped, and as a result, less people were drowning. Whether that's a correlation or a causation, we'll find out in a minute, but what she says about the number of deaths is true. The clampdown on NGOs started around 2017 with the Italy-Libya deal, and then with the appointment of Salvini in 2018. Around that time, the number of crossings fell dramatically, as did the number of deaths.
Well, yeah,
That
of course,
said,
it'd be proportional.
this is probably one of the most despicable uses of data manipulation I've ever seen. What she doesn't mention is what happened to the death rate. That's because after the clampdown, the likelihood of people drowning in the central...
Oh no! He's doing the per capita argument! He's doing the per capita argument against Lauren Southern! He did it! Oh shit! Callback humor. Basically, the South feels left behind, and the North basically doesn't want to give money to the South. The Northern League was even a separatist party wanting to split Italy in two Italys. Okay. Per capita, ooh.
Mediterranean had tripled. Seriously, f*** this guy. This means a couple of things. First, it means that despite the chance of being intercepted and taken to a Libyan detention center, and despite a 1 in 20 chance of drowning, some people were desperate enough to make the journey anyway. And second, it also means that the people trying to stop NGO boats because of a pull factor are kind of implicitly saying that death is a reasonable deterrent for refugees. But we should look at the pull factor theory because the dates don't match up. In 2013, the number of crossings was already rising dramatically before there was any rescue response. Mare Nostrum was only put into place shortly after the Lampedusa shipwreck at the end of the year. When it was terminated, the death rate skyrocketed for the first half of 2015 until the NGOs started in May. So at both stages, the search and rescue missions were a response to an increase in crossings, not the other way around. And the life-saving capacities of NGOs is very easily demonstrated. You can see in this graph that the correlation between NGOs and death rates is strikingly negative. But you can see again, even when NGOs went on their annual winter break, people chose to cross anyway. The real problem with the pull factor is that it only tells a fraction of the story. For example, how could we explain this spike in 2011? Was there a sudden deployment of rescue vessels? Or was it because this was the year of the first Libyan civil war? The answer is B, of course. But that war only lasted 8 months. What about the second spike in 2014? That was because of Mare Nostrum, right? Or was it because that was when the second Libyan civil war started? This is the problem you run into again and again when you try to analyze a pull factor. On top of that, you have varying movements from different countries. So from 2015 to 2016, Syrians mostly stopped using the Mediterranean crossing, but only because the Balkan route in the east had temporarily reopened. At the same time, the number of migrants from Eritrea had halved, whilst numbers from Nigeria nearly doubled. You can't explain that with a pull factor. The reason for this was an outbreak of radical Islamist violence in northern Nigeria that led to the displacement of over 2 million people. Then another report pointed out a 46% increase in crossings in the western Mediterranean in 2016, when there were no NGOs in the area. The same report also looks at the peak stage in 2016. There were 12 NGO vessels present at this time, but again, this isn't the whole story. At the same time, the main smuggling hub in Libya had moved to a town called Sabratha, which was controlled by militias. This briefly put the smuggling business under militia control, which meant a couple of things. First, they had more resources, which enabled more intense movements of people. And second, the smugglers were now in a bargaining position where they could degrade the quality of the boats and increase the crowding, whilst the customers had no way to complain. The result was that more people were crossing in more crowded and less safe boats, meaning the need for NGOs was more urgent. The point is, there have been studies trying to find a pull factor from Mediterranean rescue missions, and they basically conclude that there isn't one. Instead, they suggest that the main incentives are weather conditions and the political climate at home. In other words, the push factor. It turns out that people aren't really fleeing extreme poverty, war, and persecution because there's an increased chance they'll get rescued. No, their reasons for fleeing are the extreme poverty, war, and persecution. Who'da Thunk It? Part 6.
Yo, Roser, Bukwa's busy doing his like electric engineering games. If you want to help him, you can clip it yourself. Oh god, that is so fucking cute. Oh my god, Winter. I want this so badly. This is absolutely adorable.
The new Lauren Southern.
The new Southern.
Before the Borderless documentary, Lauren's content mostly focused on the impact refugees and migrants had on the locals. It was the Great Replacement Theory, the no-go zones, that really weird video where she films a bunch of brown people in Paris and nothing happens. From around 2019, her approach shifted, and based on her recent interactions, it seems to have stayed that way. One of her lead-up videos to Borderless is even called Changing My Mind on Immigration, which Lauren apparently sends to people when they challenge her views.
And that, like, Changing My Mind on Immigration. Did that 3 years ago. That title. And I'll tell you right now, 99% of the people criticizing me haven't seen that video either. Someone making an accusation of me, I send them the link to the video, and every time it's useless. I'll even DM these people sometimes and be like, here, watch this, please. And they tell me, f off.
I find this video a bit weird
Just got done with the
because
spicy work
I don't really see much of a change. She still talks about her fear of demographic shifts.
But these incidents, while horrifying, are only symptoms of an underlying problem. It is a broader demographic change that brings with it not only the most visible, violent stuff, but the more insidious, creeping changes.
The degradation of European cities.
But for the people who live in Paris, it has become a dangerous, dirty, and hostile city.
The casting away of European culture.
Many here will know too well the jokes we can no longer tell, the words we can no longer use, the characters or shows and songs that have been cast on the pyre of political correctness. But even the loss of these things pales in comparison to what we are casting.
Yeah, I'm safe, McDoodles. She's just full of shit.
Namely, our culture.
That's what's going on here.
Our history, our future, our security.
She doesn't really describe Europe as being conquered anymore, which is awesome.
What happens when you get a Muslim majority in France? What
she isn't
happens when you
reformed.
get a Muslim majority in London?
That's exactly the same stuff she's always been saying.
I'll link this video in the description if you don't believe me, but really the only change I could see was an aesthetic one. The way she does this is by moving some of her focus away from Europe and towards the refugees. She goes to Paris and interviews people who were sleeping rough after they were unable to claim asylum. She does correctly point out that a lot of people will arrive here with no documents, only to end up in a legal grey zone. What she doesn't mention is how this might be more of a reflection on the EU states, given that the UN Convention on Refugees does highlight the obligation to assist people who don't have travel documents, but whatever. Then there's the very obvious selection bias. If you look for migrants on the streets, you're going to find the ones who ended up on the streets, the ones who were not granted asylum. But those are the only ones she wants you to see.
You're looking only for migrants people or for illegal migrant people?
Illegals, yes. Oh, there's a bunch of tents and oh shit, that's a whole tent area down there. All right, hopefully we will have some very happy migrants.
Fortunately, when Lauren was filming this scene for Borderless, she was also being filmed for a documentary called White Noise. And that means we get to see a few of the interviews that she chose to leave out of her production. Of course, the guy who makes the cut is the one who says he misses home.
Does he miss his home country?
Mali me manque beaucoup. Depuis le premier jour que je suis au Mali, tu vois, non, le Mali me manque. Surtout le parcours que j'ai fait, je viens. C'est une erreur. C'est une grande erreur.
I think that's amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Big help.
That's the humanist spin there. Keep the boats out because it's the best thing for them as well as for us. That wouldn't have worked if she'd shown you this guy instead.
Would you ever go back?
For now, I don't think I want to go back for now because my life is in danger, that's why.
Right.
Obviously, this guy was kept out of Lauren's film. What we never hear about in this documentary is the story of people who had their asylum claims accepted and are now living a good life in Europe. When she does mention them, for example in Ireland, where rates of refugee acceptance are quite high, she pivots straight back to the old Lauren and only gives the opinions of cherry-picked locals. Locals who have opinions like this.
It was misrepresented to the people of the town, and that a lot of the migrants who are living in it are not they're economic migrants rather than genuine people who are oppressed or something of that nature.
Oh yeah, I'm sure this random guy at the local pub has discussed every single visiting migrant's problems. He is the local authority on whether or not they are economic migrants or political asylum seekers. Absolutely, this is a very relevant interview. No-go zones, lol. That was the best arc in the Netherlands. Trump appointed an ambassador in the Netherlands who said the Netherlands had no-go zones. There aren't. That ambassador got grilled so hard, it was hilarious. Damn. Just listen to the last part of what he says. Tells you everything you need to know. All right, I'll get there. Oh, nice Ferrari emote. Hey man, I'm putting out an alert for everyone in my paid crypto trading signals group. Sell Bitcoin, buy Ethereum. Oh shit. I'll get back to you when I can open a crypto trading account. Thanks for the stream. I have work to do. All right, have fun working, Rosary. He is the authority. Deal with it. Name. I'll deal with it. The gauntlet for the God pizza has been thrown down. That's not back to. I'll check that out later.
Commonly held belief.
Well, I'm sold. Although she does also interview an Irish journalist on the issue. By journalist, I mean disgraced anti-vax conspiracy theorist who thinks the Troubles were staged. Like, all of it.
Were the Troubles an entire staged event? It's quite possible, including some of the bombings that took place in the UK. So, because we really now have learned so much from our history that most of these major events in history were set up by this cabal who are setting up this pandemic.
Remember, this is the documentary that Lauren wishes more people had seen. But this is where you find out that these approaches...
No, I missed it. Wait, what?
Who are living in it are not they're economic migrants rather than genuine people who are oppressed or something of that nature. I don't know whether that's really true or not.
I know whether that's really true or not. Oh yeah, there you go.
Irish jersey theorist.
Including
I don't know whether that's really true or not. But hey, I'm part of the documentary anyways.
We really now have learned so much from our history that most of these major
well,
events in history...
he doesn't know if it's true or not, but hey, it's got to be part of the documentary.
Remember, this is the documentary.
I gotta have a random guy saying something. Because it's in line with what I want to tell people. If you are in the pub, you're a man of the people.
That Lauren wishes more people had seen. But this is where you find out that these approaches aren't all that different. Before Borderless, the argument was that refugees shouldn't come because they'll outbreed the locals, they'll create no-go zones, they'll undermine European culture. Now, it's that they shouldn't come because the EU governments will make sure no one is there to save them when they drown, the Libyan Coast Guard will intercept them and take them to detention centres, and if they go to Europe, the EU governments will bypass international law and treat them like shit. I suppose if you change the wording, that second one definitely has a more humanitarian aesthetic. It appears sympathetic to refugees, and a lot of racists were probably very angry at Lauren for doing that. But of course, racist people are idiots. What they didn't notice is that the subtext behind these two approaches is exactly the same.
I have... My reactionary friend does the same argument. He says... Oh, I'm against immigration, but I'm not against immigration because, I don't like those people or blah, 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 blah. He says, no, I'm against immigration because we need to, if we're going to take them into the country, we need to take them in the right way. We need to provide them with the proper setup for life, make sure they're well integrated, they get a job, they get a place to live at, etc., which isn't a bad sentiment. I actually agree with in large part with that sentiment. People, refugees end up in really fucked up situations, but when it comes from someone who's against letting in the refugees in the first place, it does not sound very genuine.
What they both ultimately say to refugees is don't
Do
come.
not come.
And to the EU states, the policy prescription is also the same. It's ignore international refugee laws, use bogus investigations to stop the rescuers from doing their jobs, start describing countries that are riddled with human rights abuses as safe ports, make deals with those countries in exchange for them brutally policing your borders for you. Anything you can do to make sure they don't come.
Do not come. Do not come.
But this is the thing with using deterrence against...
Oh, okay, I need it. I need it now. Fuck. I just want to hear Trump saying I'm gonna come. I'm coming. Oh, there you... Okay, cool. Thank you.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Yay! I love the cheer afterwards. It's so fucking good.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
It's like a bunch. It's like a fucking bunch of kids. You hear the like listen to the tone of the. It's not adults cheering him. It's like 1,000 12-year-old kids actually cheering him. He looks so satisfied too. Well, yeah, he just came. What do you expect? Of course he's satisfied. Ah. 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 Nice.
Refugees. The international law is simple enough. If you want refugee status, all you can really do is turn up and claim asylum. It doesn't matter if you don't have your visa, or if you turned up in nice clothes, or if you didn't make the most dangerous journey on Earth with your wife and kids for extremely obvious reasons, and it absolutely doesn't matter whether or not you turned up on a plane or on a raft made out of sea turtles. It's your right as a human being. It
is. Well, it's Toilet Paper USA, so it's college kids. Yeah. I thought Toilet Paper USA did like well, I was gonna say stuff for adults, but like you know what I mean. Just the way he says it is hilarious on its own. It is. I miss you streams.gg. Well, you can go hang out with them. Don't worry about it. But I like having you in Twitch chat. Okay, I like having a live Twitch chat. It's important. You're keeping it alive, Chinchilla.
Sense that people like Salvini are resorting to all these insane measures because really, it's all they have. All they can do is be as performatively cruel to refugees and NGOs as possible to try and stop them making the journey, and it hasn't worked. Because after all the seizures, all the investigations, all the dodgy as fuck shenanigans of Italian and Libyan governments, people are choosing to make the journey anyway. The number of crossings from 2019 to 2020 more than doubled, and this year, they've gone up by a third. If there's anything we can learn from the recent footage at Kabul airport, it's the fundamental flaw of deterrence. People will literally hang on to the wheels of planes if they have to. Because unless you can make the refugee process more unpleasant than life in a failed state, people are going to leave. No amount of anti-humanitarian leapfrogging is going to stop that. And Lauren, if you have found your way here, hi. Look, I hate leftists sometimes. Mostly I hate the way people with platforms who should really know better just seem to come at you with all these ham-fisted accusations, but mostly I hate that because it makes it very easy for you to avoid criticism. But we both know that you don't just get let off the hook because you didn't shoot any flares. What you did and what you were trying to achieve was an act of insanity, and the fact that you are still so adamantly trying to defend it is frankly, it's interesting. And I'm going to put my cards on the table here and say, you didn't do this because of bad information or because of some whimsical ignorance of international law. Maybe a better question to ask would be, if you knew the NGOs were all acting perfectly within their rights, would you have been against them anyway? Of course you would have. Drownings, trafficking, biochemical kneecabs, none of these really mattered to you, did they? And they definitely didn't matter to Generation Identity. They're proxy issues. Proxy issues that you use to waste people's time because it's just bad form these days to say there are too many brown people coming to white country. But I could be wrong. And if you really do plan on just going forward as some kind of moderate, both sides conservative, then honestly, I wish you all the best. I'm all for the idea of reasonable conservatives. Counterpoints is cool. But what you did, and the arguments you're making to try and defend it, are not just conservatism. Did you successfully stop the boats? No. They probably would have been stopped anyway, but the point is that you tried. You got what you wanted, and now we've seen the consequences. And I'm sure there are plenty of other things you have to answer for, but, you know, this would be a start. And while I have you here, I don't mean this so much as advice rather than just a request. Don't do what Tommy Robinson did. In 2015, he did a very similar rebranding project of his own. He left the EDL, joined an anti-extremist think tank where they shaved him, put him in a suit, got him to speak slowly and say things like,
I don't want for 1 minute for you to think I'm tarring all Muslims as bad. I'm just giving you a projective view of my life. I want you to understand the stories that have happened.
And of course, it was all optics. None of his ideas had changed, and within 2 years, he was back to screaming in people's faces in front of court buildings, fighting people, defaming a 15-year-old Syrian refugee. Fucking thumb-shaped piece of shit. He's bankrupt now, and I think he tried to claim asylum in the US. You can be better than that. Honestly, I'm mostly okay with your new videos now. Your subscribers have responded to them accordingly, but there's a kind of innocence to them. Like this one where you tried to do some gotcha comparing pro-lockdown leftists to the lumpen proletariat, even though the definitions were kind of sketchy and you couldn't even say the word properly.
You are literally the Lupin proletariat. For those of you who don't know, the Lupin proletariat is a group in Marxist thought that describes people who are supposed to be a part of the working class but were so stupid.
I mean, this kind of thing might not get you the same viewership as before, but
that's a good one.
It does mean that any future rescue workers in the Mediterranean can at least live in peace without being harassed by some deranged, swashbuckling pirate lady, and I consider that a good start.
Would you ever go back?
For now, I don't think I want to go back for now because my life is in danger, that's why.
Right. Does he miss his home country?
Mali me manque beaucoup. Depuis le premier jour que j'ai quitté.
I think that's amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Big help.
Are they refugees? I can't sit here and lie to you and pretend that they were.
You should watch this Nick Fuentes video he made a few months ago. It's so fucking good. What's it about? That deplatforming works and Nazi punks fuck off. Honestly, the banning of Nick Fuentes. Oh, it's short too. Honestly, Nick Fuentes has to be Destiny platforming Nick Fuentes has to be one of his biggest mistakes as far as platforming goes. And not so much maybe Destiny platforming him, because he didn't like actually like Nick Fuentes already was popular, but holy shit, then him helping like helping organize the, what was it, like Trainwrecks and Destiny versus Nick Fuentes and some other idiot with no, Trainwrecks was moderating. Oh right, it was what was it? Was it Asmongold and Destiny? I know. I remember it was like Destiny, Nick Fuentes, and 3 people who had no fucking business doing that. It was so dumb. To be a little fair, at the time, he wasn't really revealing his power level quite so much. Oh, come on. He was very, very clearly... He was very, very clearly like a neo-Nazi. There was no doubt about it. He was full on like white nationalism and ethno-state and all that shit. Yeah, that was really fucking bad. It became a nightmare quickly after that. I don't know. Maybe my memory's wrong too. Maybe my memory could totally be wrong. But in my memory, it was totally fucked. Hassan and Destiny versus Fuentes and Sargon. Was that it? Oh god. To be fair, like Hassan's and Sargon's bad faith arguments maybe balance each other out. But then again, they're most of them talking is probably just noise. Asman might have been better than Hassan. Honestly, maybe. I don't know. I don't remember him being so open at the time. I remember him being pretty open, but I could be wrong. I disagree. Destiny claim to fame is a couple of debates. The JonTron debate and the Nick Fuentes debate are the biggest debates back then. Nick Fuentes was part of the skeptic sphere, and he was slowly turning that community into neo-Nazis. I remember... Okay, maybe it's because I don't know Nick Fuentes that well. I just remember seeing the Destiny Nick Fuentes debate and being like, holy shit, this guy's a neo-Nazi. Like, there's no fucking subtlety there. And to be fair, I was also at a point where it was pretty obvious to me that the whole skeptic community was a gateway drug into becoming alt-right and neo-Nazi. That's just what it was. And in my eyes, you had to be pretty oblivious to it to not realize that that's what the skeptic community was turned into. If Destiny wasn't there, Nick Fuentes was just unchallenged. Maybe, I don't know. I'm saying, I just remember him being... That's not really his claim to fame. He's a big figure in streaming and professional... Well, yeah, obviously. Well, but the thing is, Destiny was pretty stable at like 1-2K viewers, and the big debate stuff propelled him into the more 5K and E-sphere. But yeah, definitely the JonTron, definitely. Like, there's no doubt JonTron help him become really, really a lot more famous. Nick Fuentes, I don't know. Well, yeah, for a lot of 14-year-olds, it isn't that clear. Yeah, I know. I just don't know whether Destiny debating Nick Fuentes really mattered, honestly. Oh yeah, the 2016 election stuff definitely blew him up too. That's true. And there's a bunch of events that helped. There was more than one though. The first one he was making like constitution arguments and whatever, then the second one and so on were the real shit. Okay. I probably missed the first one too then. His JonTron talk was what made me aware of Destiny. I see. Yeah, Nick Fuentes had a quasi-reasonable talk with him the first time. Then the second time they talked, it was a shit show, and then he got big hella mad when he made a poll on Twitter about who won, and he got dumpstered. After that, he just went full mask-off soul math nonsense. Okay. Do I watch this now? Do we come? Do we come?
Do not come.
Do not come.
Do not come.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Do not come. Oh. 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 Fuck, that one's so good. Okay. Please come. I'm coming. At least watch the intro segment. Alright.
How about another joke, Ray? No, I think we've had enough of your jokes. What do you get? I don't think so. When you cross a mentally ill loner with a society that abandons him and treats him like trash! Call the police. I'll tell you what you get! Call the police. Get what you deserve!
Feels Joker, man.
slip and go.
This is what real American patriots look like.
Yeah.
This is America unchained. Yeah. America first, Donald
Yo. This guy has a bunch of fillings in his teeth. Do you see it? Did you watch the boat vid? Yeah, we watched it. We just finished watching the boat vid. They all look like 19-year-olds. It's because they're all like 16-year-olds. That was Tree of Logic? Oh shit. Tree of Logic is fucking insane. I love how the glasses is a big Groiper thing and the company keeps telling them to fuck off. Filling shamer? No, I have fillings too. I'm just noticing. Okay? My teeth are fucked. I ain't shaming.
We got the whole posse. Last year, in one of his live streams, Nick Fuentes made an appeal to his audience with regards to public appearances. While he insisted that he personally isn't put off by unattractive people, he recognizes that politics is a vicious game, and appearances are everything. The Groiper image needs to be carefully managed, and when there are cameras around, Nick can only be seen with people who can't be ridiculed for the way they look. Or, in his words,
please, if you are fat or ugly, just stay away from the photographs. And generally, just stay away. It's not personal. I'm not that shallow. It's not that. It's just that
I'm not shallow.
If we ever have a picture of the Groipers, and it's a bunch of fat, ugly retards, we're all gonna look like fat, ugly retards. People are gonna say, oh look, here come the Groipers, and they're gonna post a picture of your fat, ugly face.
You heard the man, audience of people who willingly self-identify as anonymous green blobs on the internet. Don't spoil this man's image in public by being unattractive. From then on, Fuentes...
No! Oh no! He's eating his boogers on the podcast scene. Oh my god. Is it common everyone else besides UK to get non-white fillings? It's cheaper. Look, I'll be honest, you don't know Booger Nick. I heard about Booger Nick, but I never saw the clip. I don't like seeing those kinds of clips. I knew his nickname was Booger Nick, but I didn't want to see this, okay? Look, I'll be honest, I have a crown, like back here. Actually, on both sides, on the in my upper teeth. I was offered I could have had it in. Actually, I think one of them is. Well, I think one of them is white ceramic, and the other one's just metal. I think this one's metal. I'm not sure. Anyways, it's like you're never gonna see it because it's all the way back in my mouth. So I didn't care about paying more. It was like a couple €100 more for it to be white. I was like, I don't give a shit. Like, make it metal and make it cheaper. I don't care. I got 2 of my teeth removed by dentistry students for free. I kind of regret it. What? Because you didn't need them removed, or what the fuck? They just like they're like, hey, we need to practice on someone. All right, here, pull my teeth out. My teeth at the end are all filled from when I was a child. I could have gotten crowns if I waited or paid. Oh yeah, crowns are way better. Yeah, you should have gotten crowns, honestly. Because you didn't get paid for it. I always pictured you to be a closeted monarchist. You got crowns, but at least you don't prefer them to be white. Ah, good one, Chinchilla. Hey, by the way, while I got you here, little ad break, little shill break. This week we are in a very, very special status on the Name Man and his stream. This week the Name Man and stream is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. What this means is that if you go into my Twitch chat and do the command !raid, you will see an affiliate link appear. If you go to this affiliate link, you download the game, you create an account, and you complete the tutorial. Every 10 tutorial completed, I am getting $200. If you see in the bottom left, we're at 16 out of maximum 30. What the fuck? What's this link? Look, let's copy paste it. Okay, don't. This link is it's just don't worry. Fuck. No. 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 Okay, are we back? Okay, we're back. Holy shit. Oh, of all the moments for the stream to start dropping frames, it drops them now. When you're asking me if the link is malware. A big raid does not want you to get that payday. Anyways, if you haven't done it yet, please go into the Twitch chat or ask me. I can DM you the link. Go to that affiliate link, download the game. It will just cost you 5 minutes of your time. You just have to go complete the tutorial, and that will help me get money. And that's pretty fucking dank. Did you watch the entire Blonde Girl on Boat video? Yes, we finished the Blonde Girl on Boat video. We did it in its entirety. And we're only 4 tutorial completions away from 20. Right now, at 16 tutorial completions, I'm eligible for a payout of $200. If 4 more people complete the tutorial, it'll be $400 that I'll get, that I'll be able to invest into the stream. That I'll at $400, I'll be able to organize some streams, well, some community events. I'm thinking some like StarCraft Brood War tournament. Would be really cool for some small money. A Tux Cart tournament would be really cool. So please, if you haven't done it yet, go in and go do the Raid Shadow Legends tutorial for me, please. And it's nice if you want to contribute and help this stream out. It's a really easy way to do it. I didn't know that it was $200 per 10. Give me the link. Here, I'll send you the link. It's a very, very easy way to support the stream without spending any of your money. Just spend 10 minutes of your time. Raid Shadow Legends. All right, we're done. That was the shill moment is over. Ad break finished. Let's get back to the video. Do not shill. I'm shilling. I'm gonna shill. I was a virgin until I clicked Neyman's link. Now I slam puss. Exactly. It's like spending 5 minutes to give Neyman $20 plus the malware download. Exactly. It literally is that, though. It literally, you spend 5 to 10 minutes of your time clicking through a tutorial, and I get $20. Isn't that a cool deal?
Would only ever be seen with the physical elites of America first. The pinnacles of...
Booger Nick.
Traditional masculinity. This fucking guy. Oh god. After once again being shunned by the annual Conservative Political Action Conference, Nick and his little scamps decided to show up anyway. He was very quickly ejected from the building and then went on to hold an America First conference across the road, where he complained about the gross injustice of being kicked out of a private event that...
Oh shit, thank you whoever just downloaded Raid. You're doing it.
He wasn't invited to. He had also just been permanently banned from Twitter, a decision that he seems very confused by.
You know, it's so weird. I tell people I get banned from Twitter and they say, why? They give you a reason? And it's like, you know, they banned the sitting president of the United States from Twitter. They don't give you a reason. It's not like they have a good reason.
2 minutes later.
How many of you have seen a tweet that I put on Twitter and then I delete like 30 minutes later? Have you ever seen that? I think like one time I tweeted, I said, I wish George Floyd would get exploded with the grenade.
Oh,
I said,
so
I wish there was a
funny.
zombie apocalypse so we could kill George Floyd 2 times. I mean, now that's definitely against the terms of service, I think.
But there was one thing he said at the event which was correct. The event he was
Fucking
ejected
asshole.
from was called Uncancelled and advertised as a response to big tech censorship. Fuentes correctly pointed out that none of the speakers at CPAC had actually been banned from any major platform, the one exception being Donald Trump. So at the very least, he's aware of the incredibly obvious fact that conservatives who go on international media circuits to complain about being silenced are not actually being silenced. Fuentes, on the other hand, is now banned from Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, PayPal, Spotify, Apple Podcast, Airbnb, Southwest Airlines, TikTok, Reddit.
How did he
Patreon,
get banned
Coinbase,
from
Discord,
an airline
Streamlabs,
company?
D-Live, Email
What?
Octopus, and Delta Airlines. So if anyone's being censored, it's this guy. He's a bit like Rosa Parks,
How?
really.
What the fuck did he
If
do?
Rosa Parks ate her own snot and commanded an army of dribbling bedwetters who still need a note to get out of gym class, of course, some people have said he's also on a no.
Oh wait, so I'm on my way to a press conference to discuss how I've been banned from nearly all social media and tech services, and then I find out that I can't even get there because I've been put on a no-fly list. Oh, because of the Capitol? No-fly list status of January 6th protest rally attendees. Oh shit, that's why. Yeah, January 6th. Yeah. The Capitol thing. I see.
Fly list, which would imply that he's currently on the federal government's terrorist screening center. Of course, this is just a rumor, for which the only proof he's given is a video interaction where he asks a Southwest representative if he's on a no-fly list, to which she says, "I'm not sure," which isn't proof, believe it or not. A much more plausible explanation would be that he was banned from a specific airline for unruly behavior. And I say this is more likely because he admitted it.
I think I'm about to get kicked off my flight to PA
Oh,
because
no.
my mask isn't covering my nose. Yup, just got kicked off. Here's the best. I never refused to wear the mask, but the flight attendant had the plane go back to the gate and had me removed because of my attitude. Power trip! Exclamation point. I got up and looked him in the eyes and said, "Hey, f*** you."
Is that Denim's
He
reading?
replies, "Enjoy your time in Chicago." I said, "Yeah, eat shit."
Dude, that's Denim's voice. I swear, that's Denim's voice. I recognize it. Yes, it has to be, yeah. Oh yeah, you're thinking the same bird, the cat. Yeah, that has to be Denim's. That's totally her voice.
I can see why the no-fly list line was a bit more appealing. Unfortunately, getting kicked off of a flight for throwing your toys out of the pram isn't really going to give you the same political martyrdom as being suspected of domestic terrorism. However, Fuentes was labeled as a white supremacist podcaster by the FBI, who currently may or may not be investigating him over a $250,000 Bitcoin donation that was made to him ahead of the Capitol Hill riots. But in his conference where he
Interesting.
complained about being censored, he also argued that being censored was really the best thing for him, because now he can say whatever he wants. The problem is, the only threshold left for Fuentes to cross is one that would lead to criminal charges, and he's already been dancing pretty close to that line. A typical Nick Fuentes maybe doing a crime clip consists of 3 steps. 1. Say some dumb shit that could potentially be illegal. 2. Realize that what you're saying could be illegal, often whilst you're saying it. And 3. Say the opposite of what you said at step 1. Let's look at some examples.
Why? Because we had no leverage. What are we going to do? What can you and I do to a state legislature besides kill him? Although we should not do that. I'm not advising that, but I mean, what else do you do, right?
So that was filmed a couple of days before the Capitol Hill riot.
Oh my god, what a fucking shit show. Kind of cringe that you recognize Denim's voice. Yo! I enjoy watching her from time to time, okay? Those bitcoins came from one of the super OG bitcoiners. Interesting story to those donations. He donated to a bunch of conservatives before he died. Forgot his name. I read something about it. I remember seeing one article about the like conservative Bitcoin stuff around January 6th. And I never went down that rabbit hole. Yeah, it's cringe. You are a Coomer. Streams GG based as fuck. No, she's like, she's funny. Okay. God, you guys are no chill. Russians paid a bunch of alt-right people to go stir shit up on January 6th, by the way. I know there was a lot of money flying around. I don't know if... I don't remember... Look, honestly, I haven't researched it. Like I said, I didn't really go down that rabbit hole. I don't know if there is if there actually was Russian money or other money. She is funny. It says every Coomer. Look, I want to see the evidence for that. Yeah, I want to see the evidence for it too, honestly. It's not just like out of due diligence. Look, I'll be honest with you. When I watch Inva Dervy, it's not just because she's a really good entertainer. It's also because she has thighs that are literally pieces of heaven brought down to earth. Okay? So that is me being a Coomer. That is me 100% being a Coomer. Invader V. When I watch Denims, it's not for the coom. It's not for the coom. I am not coming when I watch Denims, okay? I do not come. I do not come to Denims. Hope she sees this, bro. Look, she knows. I think that's even more cringe, to be honest. Clip it and ship it, boys. Oh god. Look, it's okay. It's okay. Someone gifted me a sub to Invader V's channel. Okay, I'm allowed to simp for her. I'm still a sub, an Invader V sub for like 2 weeks. Okay, I'm allowed. I got an Invader V pass. I think this is a news story about talking about the guy who was French. Oh yes. I remember that article, Magic Turtle. I actually remember reading it about the French alt-righter dude who was sending a bunch of Bitcoin into like far right stuff in the US. Yeah. I'm gonna upload that clip to YouTube, and you can't stop me. Go ahead.
Riot, where he was referring to the state legislators who were refusing to overturn the 2020 election. One of those legislators was Mike Pence, who the Capitol Hill rioters were calling to hang. And then we can look at what he said to his followers who entered the Capitol building on January 6th.
George Groipington says, good to see you back up and running, Nick. Keep on keeping on. Also to the audience, if you had your phone on you inside the Capitol, destroy it or get rid of it. Feds are using the data. I think it would be too late, honestly. They probably have it all. But as a precaution, yeah, probably destroy your phone, your SIM card, all that information. I mean, I don't know. Is that legal to say? Maybe don't do that. Actually, can I say that? Don't destroy evidence. Don't destroy... I don't know, is that a crime to say?
I feel like what's happening here is obvious that I shouldn't need to explain it, but given the demographic we're trying to reach, here it is. In the US, they have something called the Brandenburg test, which is used to determine whether or not inflammatory speech is being used to advocate for illegal action. In both of those clips, Fuentes does end by advising his followers against illegal action, but the Brandenburg test doesn't require the incitement to be an explicit statement. The two elements that do need to be met are 1, the speech is directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action, and 2, the speech is likely to incite or produce such action. So...
it's funny, by the way, like seeing this, and you say it's so fucking cringe how he tries to emulate Trump's mannerisms and speech, like how he waves his hands and shit, oh god. Funny that you say that, when it just so happens that what he just described as the Brandenburg test, I would say Trump's speech on January 6th, I think it fits the Brandenburg test. It fits the Brandenburg test as inflammatory speech, as a call to violence, as a call for people to do something illegal. It fits both of those conditions that he just described. How interesting.
If you tell people who entered the Capitol to destroy their phones, then walk back on it when you've realized that what you're saying might be illegal, what kind of action is your speech directed to incite? Because you have told people that it's in their interest to destroy their phones, but just that it's not in your interest to tell them that. This technique is essential to the way Fuentes makes his points. Everything he says is
of course,
just
every single person who spoke at that rally before the riot fits that test. Yeah.
Take the
I don't know about
infamous
every single
Cookie
person. I
Monster
just know about
question,
Trump.
which Fuentes uses as an analogy.
I don't
for
even know who
Holocaust
else spoke there.
The math doesn't seem to add up there. The math doesn't quite seem to add up there. I don't think you'd result in 6 million, maybe 200 to 300,000 cookies. And I think the Red Cookie Association said something like that, probably 200 to 300,000 cookies baked, probably. And in addition, you know, in this hypothetical, I know this that clip. If you took aerial photographs over the kitchens, you would need to see certain smokestacks to release the smoke from baking the cookies. And the smokestacks would project certain shadows,
he's doing Holocaust
but
denial
I guess they're not visible in the aerial photographs
understand the
taken over
context.
the kitchens. Moreover, if you look at the soil texture, it's really not deep enough for mass cookie storage underground. And so there's a lot of things. You know, in the cookie kitchen, they say that the ovens are wooden and they have windows on them and they're not totally secure.
Okay, fighting Holocaust denial like this is really fucking hard, because those people, they throw a bunch of shit at you, and unless you know the like specifics of every single argument they know, you're fucked. Like, it's really, really hard to deal with this shit. That being said, this last thing he said, I just want to stop it here because I know exactly, because I've mentioned my old like roommate who got like sucked into Holocaust denial and conspiracy theory stuff. This last argument, I know it exactly. It's a common thing that Holocaust deniers do. They will show you photos of parts of Auschwitz or Dachau where they show you showers with, like he said, they're wooden, there's windows on them. Like, what kind of gas chambers are these, dude? You can't gas anyone in here. If you started pumping poisonous gas in there, you would kill all the guards outside because it will leak out of the whole room. Yeah, because those were just showers. They literally take photos of showers and then show them to you, because of course there were going to be showers there. They're like, not all of the people sent there were going to be executed. There are people who are still there. Auschwitz had a working camp next to it. Even in the camps that are purely extermination camps, they retained part of the people sent there to work at the camp. And the fucking Nazis working at the camp had showers too. So they show you a photo of the showers and are like, dude, how could this be a gas chamber? Because it's not a gas chamber. It's just a fucking shower. The actual gas chambers were actual fucking gas chambers, like chambers that you could seal and pressurize with a fucking big ass like metal door with a valve and shit. And those chambers existed. There are photos of them. But they're not the photos those kinds of fucks will show you. Did you watch the New York Times video investigation about January 6th? I streamed it, but it was super popular as well, so hopefully you saw it. No, I didn't see it, but I know I heard about it. I know it is a thing, but his face is so punchable. I'd never condone violence. Same shit as 9/11 truthers. Yeah, debating conspiracy shit is hard, yeah. You know who else takes photos of showers, bathrooms? Dr. Disrespect. True. Dr. Piss Respect, absolutely. They only ramped up to 100% extermination in the final months, right? Question mark. Using every possible thing they could. I don't know. I don't know that specific thing. Is it true or not? Cham goes brr. Chamber. The Chamber of Secrets. Good book. Yeah, very good book. Alright, it's so fucking hard for me to listen to this shit. First off, because I've mentioned on other occasions. I like my family. Half my family was Jewish, Polish Jewish. They died during the Holocaust. Most of them, not all of them, obviously, or otherwise I wouldn't be alive. But I wouldn't be born. But most of my family died most of my family on my father's side died in the Holocaust. I never got to meet them. Like it's fuck.
And the ovens that they...
Oh shit, thank you so much. A completely different note. Thank you so much, Skids, for completing the tutorial. We're at 17 out of 30, 17 out of 20. Only 3 more tutorial completions, and we hit the next goalpost in the sponsorship. If any of you guys have not yet done the Raid Shadow Legends tutorial using my referral link, please do it if you want to support the stream. Only 3 more of you need to do it, and I'll get 200 more bucks. That's fucking amazing, okay?
They actually did sort of an ad hoc use of that particular kind of oven, even though they made a perfectly good design for ovens for a different purpose, for delousing.
He dragged this out for a very long time, but you get the idea. Now, he's always insisted that this was just a joke and that he's not
sure,
really
but he'll need to return them right away.
With just a bit of pushing, he'll end up saying things like this.
So, I think there's a lot of stuff that's clearly like, atrocity propaganda. You see this in any war, in any time. There's atrocity.
I've heard this. I've heard this too from French neo-Nazis and the Holocaust deniers, talking about atrocity propaganda. That's what they call when they consider that say like Jewish like the Anti-Defamation League, stuff like that, when they start drumming up sympathy for Holocaust. For the Holocaust or Holocaust survivors and stuff like that, they call it atrocity propaganda. Sometimes they'll virtue signal by pointing out truthfully, and it's not something wrong, that there are many other atrocities happening in the world that deserve a lot more attention. That doesn't necessarily need to be given to the Holocaust, and that is a fair point. But it's a fair point usually made by disingenuous people disingenuously. It's not usually done in a fair context when it's done by people like this. I'm pretty sure that would not be okay to do, Skits. And honestly, no. If you, I'm not gonna do it for the simple reason that like if you want to like. If you're going to do that Raid Shadow Legends tutorial thing, do it because you want to support the stream, okay? I am gonna give back in the sense that, especially if we hit the $400 goal post. I don't know for the $200 goal post, but if we hit the $400 goal post, I'm definitely putting aside money to do like it was more of a joke. Okay. I'm definitely putting aside money that is going to go back to some of you, because I think like doing some esports events type stuff would be really fun, but like not. Yeah, that's all.
Propaganda where they try and really make it heavy-handed to guilt people and to bring down the hammer on the transgressing country. But obviously I'm against genocide or human experimentation. I mean, I'm against things that are evil, but I like every Holocaust survivor said that they were experimented on by Mengele. Like every single one, the Nazi doctor. And it's like, definitely he existed and definitely did terrible things, but not every one of them saw that guy. Like, clearly there's some fibbing going on. So
now, I don't know who needs to hear this, but saying the Holocaust happened and then following up with a rapid fire of claims accusing Jewish people of exaggerating what happened to them to meet a political goal is Holocaust denial. Like, it's literally in the definition. If you really believe that every single Holocaust survivor claimed to have been experimented on by Joseph Mengele,
he's wearing both pairs of glasses. Of course he is.
Definitely.
That's how you wear glasses.
Almost every
Sunglasses
single
when you
Holocaust
have glasses.
survivor a liar.
Obviously.
But who am I trying to convince here? These people weren't reeled into this movement because some bogey-eating shitbag said that some niche aspects of the Holocaust sounded silly to him. They don't care about facts. What they really care about, above everything else, is community. And nothing says it more than the inane grinning of people who are finally getting to feel as if they're part of something for the first time in their life. Yes, it's easy to poke fun at people who look like they still need to hide their lunch money in a secret stash. There's a stark resemblance to the old 4chan meetups where the edgiest, most controversial shitslingers on the internet turned out to be exactly the kind of mediocre slobs everyone expected them to be. But the thing is...
Wait.
There's...
This girl looks mega cute. And she's obviously standing out here, but holy shit, she's mega cute. Damn, you're looking a little too cool for me. Wait, is that Brittany Venti? Aviators inside, paid attention during Top Gun, yeah. You think Venti is cute? Wait, is there something wrong with that? Yes? Hey, who's mega cute? This girl's face is mega cute. Wow, I leave to clean my nipple and Neyman becomes a Chad. Wait, what? Oh yeah, that's a famous meme. Shit, I don't remember. I remember, fuck, I remember Venti from when I, like, hang out on 4chan, but I don't remember the specifics. Are you ready? Are you fucking ready? Am I ready? Yeah, I am ready. Why are you such a coomer today? I'm a coomer every day. I'm willing to host esports stuff. My community still wants to do a Civ 5 tournament. Okay, but Civ 5 does not count as an esport. The games need to last less than 10 fucking hours. I'm so sorry. Is there a coomer section on Twitch? Should you stream in it? Yes, I should, yeah. I'll link you in Twitch chat. Alright, do it. Oh yeah, by the way, another shill moment. Bean Neyman think Venti is cute. Oh my god, Venti is cute. Super cute. But why not Civilization 5? 3-hour esport matches sound cool. True, we only play real esports like Super Tux Kart, exactly. Genshin malware? Hey, Neyman, I'm back from doing my SMART goals. Good job. Look. I'll be honest with you. When I watch an Inva Derby, it's not for the coom. I am not coming when I watch it, okay? I do not come. When I watch Denims, it's not just because she's a really good entertainer. It's also because she has thighs that are literally pieces of heaven brought down to earth, okay? That is me being a coomer. That is me. No! False advertising! Oh my god! I'm being fucking AI'd. The man has spoken. No. Who made this? Bukra made this. Fuck. Why do you keep doing that? Fuck me. Dude. Indva Derby has the most amazing thighs in the world. I'll stand by that. God. I require a Neyman command for that link. There will be a command. But right now, the command that you have, apart from !raid for the sponsored Raid Shadow Legends referral link, is !grilled cheese for the latest video edit that Exploded Knees / Bukra made for my YouTube channel. You can do !grilled cheese and go check out the latest YouTube video. React video of me reacting. A video of me reacting to someone else reacting to, what's his name? The chef guy, Gordon Ramsay, making a grilled cheese. There you go. Sick content. Go check it out, give it a like, sub to my YouTube channel, all that shit. My face when I'm... yeah. Alright, let's go. Let's keep watching.
Most controversial shitslingers on the internet turned out to be exactly the kind of mediocre slobs everyone expected them to be. But the thing is, there's nothing wrong with looking like this. I mean, the pit vipers are not really my thing, but looking like this doesn't make you any less of a man in my eyes, which is weird because it absolutely does to them. There's a moment in the CPAC building where these guys notice a left-wing journalist and decide to gripe him.
I'm the Goiper. Hey, is that Zach Patricio? Salon, far left, progressive publication is allowed at CPAC. But not Nick Fuentes? But America First conservatives like Nick Fuentes are not. Come back here, we're not finished. Why does your voice sound like that? Why does your voice sound like that? Why are you so squeaky? Because you told your support. Sword.
Really? These people are making fun of someone else for having a voice break? These people are berating someone else's masculinity? But really, it makes perfect sense. Often, this is just what happens when victims of bullying find themselves in a position of power over someone, especially someone who reminds them of everything they hate.
Oh shit, Oliver Surfer Nerd, thanks for subbing to my YouTube channel. That's so nice.
The leader of the 9/11 attacks getting surpassed by his two elder sisters.
Thanks,
the
Oliver
Oklahoma bomber being rejected by the special forces, or even our own Nick Fuentes, who allegedly shot himself running the mile in high school. The backstory for all of these people is one of emasculation and humiliation. There's a very popular YouTube video called What Pretending to be Crazy Looks Like, which features the Parkland school shooter trying to feign insanity during his interrogation. The act is extremely weak, but there is one place where Cruz slips up that might not be completely obvious. One of the key indicators of homicidal insanity is a lack of motive, and here, Cruz seems to compromise himself without even noticing. At one point, he tells the interrogator about how he had a fight with one of his classmates over a girl and lost. And that's it. That was all they needed to start establishing a motive. Now, I don't think any of these wallopers are going to end up killing anyone. Well, maybe you will, Timothy. I see you there, you ravenous testosteroid. We all know your mother drove you to this event, but that doesn't mean you can't still be a badass motherfucker. This is really f***ing weird. Why is this guy here? He should be at school, learning how to use the urinals without pulling his trousers all the way down.
Nick Fuentes is on the next flip praxis, by the way. Sick.
This will never end well for you. I know the whole white supremacist journey always starts with some kind of trauma or humiliation, and of course you're going to fall into a movement that promises to reclaim Western civilization or reclaim your masculinity or make America great again. It must be really cathartic to huddle around this guy and finally be the one doing the bullying, to finally let someone else feel your pain and all that Mickey Mouse bullshit. But you and Fuentes don't have the same interests. This is his job, and he's going to be doing this until he either ends up in jail or just fades into irrelevance like all the other ones did. I mean, he could become president one day, sure, but who knows? But unless that happens, everyone else here is just kind of slowly ruining their lives. It's okay for Fuentes to be seen on camera doing this, but for everyone else, this could f*** their chances at college, it could f*** their future relationships, it could f*** their job prospects, and Fuentes doesn't care. He knows a lot of the kids in his movement will grow out of it, but it doesn't matter because he'll just find new people. And all the radioactive levels of cringe shouldn't distract anyone from the fact that these are literal children who are being ideologically groomed by a hate group. And if you're one of those people who have gone through life feeling rejected or lonely or unfulfilled, it's worth knowing that...
Wait. You guys see this? This reflection in the background? What the fuck is going on? I'm glad it was on that YouTube channel now and not the one with my IRL name. Oh shit. Yeah.
You were targeted for that. People buy things that they don't have. When a movement is selling an image of exceptionalism and strength, Their design is to attract patrons who are unexceptional and weak. According to the research, whether it's the old skinheads or the suited-up dweebs of the alt-right, people who leave these groups always say that they started questioning the movement long before they made the exit. The main thing that held them back was the fear that they would have nowhere else to go. Many of them are led to believe that society will never forgive them. And unfortunately, there might be a few too many people on my side of the aisle making sure that that feeling is justified. And I'm not saying anyone has...
It's a really sad thing that people aren't accepting of like changing your mind. Looks like maybe a swivel chair. I can see the reflection in your sunglasses. Why you're looking up denims and invader-y feet? Yo, chill. This is Chopin, right? I think so, yeah. I'm not sure, though.
To welcome a bunch of bi-curious fascists into their life, but it should be worth understanding that there's a difference between people who can be changed and people like Fuentes who will probably be doing this for the rest of their lives. There's a documentary called Healing from Hate that really helps with understanding these movements as well as how to get out. And I know you gripers all have access to your mother's Amazon Prime accounts, so you should take a look. If for nothing else than for a change of scenery from that stupid green screen background. Or, if you want, you can just carry on thinking that this is what saving America looks like and that these are the kinds of people who built ancient Rome.
You said Chopin.
And in that case, I'll just leave you and the pipe-hitting Antifa guys to
if I'm going to say it in French, I'd say Chopin.
And until then, let's flipping go.
In English, I'd say Chopin. 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 It's Chopin, baby. God, I'm so sexy with those glasses. Holy shit, I want to make love to the camera right now. Look at this. Look at this raw, unadulterated sex appeal. Absolutely disgusting. This should be illegal. Chopping some keys on the piano. New meme. Oh no. I'm scared. Oh my god! I'm being fucking AI'd. Fuck me. Dude. Denims has the most amazing thighs in the world. I'll stand by that. Oh, okay, dude. Have you tried Super Auto Pets? No, what is that? Super Auto Pets? What the fuck? David Lopen. Super Auto Pets. Battle against other players at your own pace in this free-to-play chill auto battler. An auto battler that's not Raid Shadow Legends? Magic Turtle. Are you aware that this stream is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends? We do not play any other auto battlers here, okay? There is only one auto battler that wins all the auto battles. And it's Raid Shadow Legends. At least for another 5 days. After that, we can discuss other things, okay? Don't worry about it. Hey, is this the same? Oh my god! Yeah, it's the same one. Oh my god! Alright, what was that? Okay, someone posted this earlier. In the stream stat. I'll be the most pro-Second Amendment senator that Arizona has ever had. I've got the guns to prove it. Every Monday, I'll tell you about one of them. This week, Walther Firearms PPKS with a dead air silencer mask. Monday Gun Day. What the fuck? It's better than.
This is a Walther PPK.
Yeah, it is.
Otherwise known as the James Bond gun. This is chambered in .22 LR, and I've got a dead air mask silencer on it. I've wanted this gun for a long time, ever since I was a little kid. Made in Germany, 007 gun. Why would you not want this? Let's load it up and see how it shoots. Silencers sometimes get a bad rap. People want to pretend that it makes it easy to commit crime or something like that. But actually, shooting with a silencer Just makes it a whole lot more pleasant to shoot because you don't have to worry about giant ear protection.
It's still pretty fucking loud. But it's way more silent. FPS Russia did it better.
Wow.
It's not silencer, Jesus fuck, isn't it called
Hopefully you can hear how
suppressor?
quiet that is.
I don't know the semantics. Lame gun.
Whisper quiet. It's pretty cool.
I think it's pretty cool.
Made in Germany.
It's a lame person. Imagine you're running for Senate and your entire fucking platform is I love guns. Hey guys, I'm running for politics. I love pizza.
Just a little bit warm. Oop, very hot.
I love pizza. Vote for me. Do you like pizza? Do you like pizza too? Suppressors are not like how they are in movies or games. Yeah, I knew it, but it's nice to see a recording of someone shooting with a suppressor.
The weirdest thing is just being able
conditions.
to sort of feel, because there's no sound, right?
It's also really low caliber, right? 22 is one of the lower calibers you can shoot with, so it's obviously going to be more suppressed. It's still pretty loud, but yeah. He made shooting guns look so fucking lame too. I don't know. I wasn't too focused on his posture. Sounds like you're Texan, does it? Well, do you support the government controlling what kind of pizza you can get? Yes. Pineapple on pizza should be illegal. We need no pineapple on pizza should be illegal, but only if you pass background checks. You need to you're allowed to put any fruit you want on pizza, but first we need to make a background check to make sure that you are sane and stable mentally. I think that's like a bare minimum before we let you near any kind of pizza dough. He's also shooting a 22, which is basically the smallest round you can fire that still counts as a bullet and not a BB. Yeah, okay, yeah, I said that before reading your message, right? Gugu says, same thing, different name, just silencer stuck. I just want to try it once. Yeah. The AR-15 of pizza toppings. I ate Hawaiian pizza this morning. And are you sure that it was not prepared by a madman? Alright, geez, sorry, never mind. No, don't be sorry. I love you, okay? Get the semantics straight, otherwise I'll drag you into a call with Senpai Chow. Okay, wait, Chinchilla, last lip praxis. Why was Senpai Chow so fucking aggro on the guy who was smoking weed the whole who was like smoking weed the whole fucking show? What was going on? He was riding his ass so fucking hard. Like every single thing he said, Senpai Chow would be like, whoa, what? And I was like, holy shit, what's going on? Why is he so mad? I didn't understand it, honestly. I should just ask him directly, probably. Like why he felt the need to do that. Imagine going to New York, be to a Italian neighborhood. You guys love pizza? I love pizza. Yeah, this is why people become alt-right, regulating pizza. Yes. I watched your grilled cheese reaction video. Feels okay, man. Nice. Did you enjoy it? Click my Guardian link before, you'll like it. Good old Mike Pence. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fucking Mike Pence. One day in January, Mike Pence decries media focus on Capitol attack. It was technically one day in January. Are you ready, chat? I'm going to say it. Ketchup is a god-tier condiment. Okay, first off, and I've said it before, there's a different thing. There's a difference between homemade ketchup and Heinz ketchup. And Heinz ketchup is pretty good. I'm not saying this to be like full-on pretentious, industrial ketchup is so bad. Heinz ketchup is really good at what it does. But homemade ketchup is fucking God tier. That is God tier. That is like, I would love to have that every day in my life. You should check the comments in your off time. I will. Just like 9/11 was just one day in September, July 4th was just one day in July. Exactly. And yeah, exactly. They all are just one day, you know? Pearl Harbor was just one day. Why did we declare war over it? It was just one day, dude. Every day is just one day in Otters. Yep, Otters. Mm-hmm.
You just feel the bullet, hear it.
Blake Masters for US Senate. Literally, his whole fucking platform is he has guns. Running for US Senate in Arizona.
I grew up here. One of my earliest memories is hiking in the Sonoran Desert with my dad.
Where's the guns, dude?
In some ways, my life hasn't changed all that much since then. I met my wife, Catherine, here in Tucson, in middle school.
He met her in the desert. He's hiking through the desert between a bunch of fucking cacti, and he sees a girl while he's running around with a silenced gun. He sees a girl and he's like, Yo, you're gonna be my wife. You're my wife now. I had, usually if you feel a bullet after it's shot, it's a bad thing. True. I had somewhat the same reaction as you, Name, but I think Jones just came out of the gate with something. He didn't know the full specifics for it, therefore Chow was like, this guy's full of shit, he's my target. Yeah. When does the new shirt get in? I don't know. It's it should be in a couple days. Like tomorrow, after tomorrow, after tomorrow. For like 4 days max. Lol, it's a Thiel guy? Oh shit, no. Fucking Peter Thiel.
Now we have 3 boys of our own, and we go on those same hikes together. But there's one big thing that does change when you grow up and have kids.
To Chow. Oh no.
You no longer take things for granted. Now, the country I grew up in was optimistic. People thought all you had to do was go to school and work hard, and you'd be able to buy a house and raise a family. But it hasn't worked out that way. Today, for the first time, young people in America expect to be worse off than their parents. Our leaders have shipped millions of jobs to China, and the internet, which was supposed to give us an awesome future, is instead being used to shut us up. The truth is, we can't take America for granted. And if we want to keep it, we gotta fight for it. Because we are up against a media that lies to us. Schools that teach our kids...
Okay, he's a conservative. Oh, since we were talking about Lauren Southern, she was dating a guy during the times she made those immigration videos. She would refuse to eat food that wasn't created by white people. Who would refuse? Oh, the guy would refuse to eat food that wasn't created by white people. So he wouldn't eat ketchup because it's originally Chinese fish sauce. Oh, no. Just remind me of that talking about ketchup. Oh, God. COO of Thiel Capital, president of the Thiel Foundation, You start owning guns, yes. This guy looks like the cringe-topia redneck guy that does the when you talk to my girl punches at the camera. Oh yeah, totally. I did meet my wife in the desert on gunpoint. What's wrong with that? Damn communists. What?
Hate our country. And corporations that have gotten so big, they think they're bigger than America. It's time to put this country...
Okay, I'm done. By CEO of Thiel Capital. Oh, man. All right. Please finish. No. Any Facebook memes today? Oh, I didn't actually look into what happened with the Facebook servers. That would be a good thing to look into, since that's like sort of my area of expertise. Please finish. Indoctrination almost complete. No. Don't you hate these gigantic corporations, fellow American? Yeah, coming from a guy who works for fucking Peter Thiel, COO of Thiel of the Thiel Foundation. Don't you hate those big corporations that think they're above the law? I'm one of you, fellow Americans. Router memes, I'd love a deep dive. Sure, let's do that. I'll just so wanted me to check out this article first. One day in January, Mike Pence decries media focus on Capitol attack. Former vice president accuses the media of trying to distract attention from Biden administration's failed agenda. The US media is using the events of 6th January, when some in a pro-Trump mob storming the Capitol in an attempt to overturn the election chanted "Hang Mike Pence," to distract from Joe Biden's attempts to pass his domestic agenda, said Mike Pence. I know the media wants to distract from the Biden administration's failed agenda by focusing on one day in January, the former vice president said, speaking to Fox News. That's just the Republican Party. Yeah, the Republican Party entirely beholden to Trump. Pence is now one of a number of senior figures seeking to balance fealty with his own ambitions. He has to. Like that's what's happened to the Republican Party in the U.S. It's Trump's party now. Also, the whistleblower lady. Wait, what whistleblower lady? I'm not sure what you're talking about there. Oh, whatever. Unmute. It was whatever. It was broken. The video doesn't load, and there was no audio. I want to see that. You can't. Ask Roser for the fucking Reddit link. Frances Hagen. Frances Hagen. Facebook whistleblower Frances Hagen testifies. Oh, you can watch the C-SPAN video. That's actually legal for me to restream, by the way. Fucking C-SPAN, let's go. Probably gonna have to skip ahead. That's more interesting than the servers dying, though.
Compelling, credible voice, which we've heard already. But you are not here alone. You're armed with documents and evidence. And you speak volumes, as they do, about how Facebook has put profits ahead of people. Among other revelations, the information that you have provided to Congress is powerful proof that Facebook knew its products were harming teenagers. Facebook exploited teens using powerful algorithms that amplified their insecurities and abuses through what it found was an addict's narrative. There is a question, which I hope you will discuss, as to whether there is such a thing as a safe algorithm. Facebook saw teens creating secret accounts that are often hidden from their parents as unique value proposition. In their words, a unique value proposition. A way to drive up numbers for advertisers and shareholders at the expense of safety. And it doubled down on targeting children.
She's on 60 Minutes on Sunday, blowing up the scene. Nice.
Not just teens, but preteens, that it knows are harmful to our kids' mental health and well-being.
Funny how different America treats whistleblowers that aren't speaking out against the government. Yeah.
Sought to stonewall, block this information from becoming.
It's not just the U.S., okay? Whistleblowers here in France don't get much of a better treatment. Whistleblowing in general is a very, very dangerous business, okay?
Committee, when Senator Blackburn and I specifically asked.
And even here, like, Facebook has plenty of ways of hurting her. I know Facebook is big, but who uses Facebook besides old people? First off, outside of the US, Facebook's demographics are a lot younger than within the US. In the US, it's mostly boomers, but for example, in Europe, even though a lot of younger people use WhatsApp, Facebook is still the most used messenger app in Europe, like in most European countries. Then, in the rest of the world, Facebook is just, in general, and it's not. What they're talking about here as well is not just Facebook. It's Instagram and WhatsApp, which are all owned by Facebook. And well, this is specifically Instagram, like preying on teenagers' insecurities. Preying on teenagers' insecurities, that's Instagram. Absolutely. You guys are right. What is WhatsApp? I'm assuming you're joking, but if you're not, WhatsApp is a chat online messaging, instant messaging application. Yeah, India almost exclusively uses Facebook, absolutely. Like Southeast Asia in general. But Europe as well still uses Facebook a lot, and like I said, this is obviously about Instagram. And everyone knows young people use Instagram.
The company. And still, even now, as of just last Thursday, when a Facebook witness came before this committee,
I'm a red-blooded American. We use Parler.
Or even to tell us when it might decide whether to disclose additional documents. And they've continued their tactics even after they knew the destruction.
Do you look up Denims and Vader V on Instagram? I never have, actually. That's a good idea. I should do it. Okay, I'm going to skip this boring old guy's speech.
Bullying online.
If you don't mind me.
Studies and said that the Wall Street Journal was all wrong. They had just gotten it wrong, as if the Wall Street Journal did not know how to read these documents and how to work through this research. Having seen the data that you've presented and the other studies that Facebook...
Token for being here today.
God, those people talk so
Thanks,
slow.
Senator Wicker. Our witness this morning is Frances Haugen. She was the lead product manager on Facebook's civic misinformation.
The C-SPAN chises politicians masturbating, yeah.
Electrical
Sunglasses, nice, yeah. Hells yeah. Hey, FBI agent.
And an MBA from
You look like an FBI agent, hells yeah.
She made the courageous decision, as all of us here and many others around the world know, to leave Facebook and reveal the terrible truths about the company.
Wait, we like the media now? I don't know.
She learned during her tenure there. And I think we are all in agreement here in expressing our gratitude and our admiration for your bravery in coming forward. Thank you, Ms. Haugen. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Blumenthal, Ranking Member Blackburn, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. My name is Frances Haugen. I used to work at Facebook. I joined Facebook because I think Facebook has the potential to bring out the best in us. But I'm here today because I believe Facebook's products harm children, stoke division, and weaken our democracy. The company's leadership knows how to make Facebook and Instagram safer, but won't make the necessary changes because they have put their astronomical profits before people. Congressional action is needed.
It's the same as tobaccos and they knew
They
all
won't
along.
solve this
Yeah, I'm
crisis
interested in
without your
that.
help. Yesterday, we saw Facebook get taken off the internet. I don't know why it went down, but I know that for more than 5 hours, Facebook wasn't used to deepen divides, destabilize democracies, and make young girls and women feel bad about their bodies. It also means that millions of small businesses weren't able to reach potential customers, and countless photos of new babies.
And honestly, young men and boys too. Like Facebook destroys self-image, body image, and self-image in general for both genders. Well, all genders. Sorry. What about middle-aged men? Jesus. Yeah. Like I know you're probably memeing, but like actually, yes, it destroys men's self-worth as well.
Weren't joyously celebrated by family and friends around the world. I believe in the potential of Facebook. We can have social media we enjoy that connects us without tearing apart our democracy, putting our children in danger, and sowing ethnic violence around the world. We can do better.
Sorry, we got to wait a couple
I have
more
worked as
years
a
for
product
that.
manager at large tech companies since 2006, including Google, Pinterest, Yelp, and Facebook. My job is largely focused on algorithmic products like Google Plus Search and recommendation systems like the one that powers the Facebook newsfeed. Having worked on 4 different types of social networks, I understand how complex and nuanced these problems are. However, the choices being made inside of Facebook are disastrous. for our children, for our public safety, for our privacy, and for our democracy. And that is why we must demand Facebook make changes. During my time at Facebook, first working as the lead product manager for civic misinformation, and later on counterespionage, I saw Facebook repeatedly encounter conflicts between its own profits and our safety. Facebook consistently resolved these conflicts in favor of its own profits. The result has been more division, more harm, more lies, more threats, and more combat. In some cases, this dangerous online talk has led to actual violence that harms and even kills people. This is not simply a matter of certain social media users being angry or unstable, or about one side being radicalized against the other. It is about Facebook choosing to grow at all costs, becoming an almost trillion-dollar company by buying its profits with our safety. During my time at Facebook, I came to realize a devastating truth. Almost no one outside of Facebook knows what happens inside of Facebook. The company intentionally hides vital information from the public, from the US government, and from governments around the world. The documents I have provided to Congress prove that Facebook has repeatedly misled the public about what its own research reveals about the safety of children, the efficacy of its artificial intelligence systems, and its role in spreading divisive and extreme messages. I came forward because I believe that every human being deserves the dignity of the truth. The severity of this crisis demands that we break out of our previous regulatory frames.
No,
Facebook wants to trick you into
Chinchilla,
thinking privacy
corporations,
protections or changes to Section 230 alone.
corporations can regulate themselves. What do you mean? Corporations will always act in the best interest of everyone. One of the big things is that they don't budget to control what's on there in smaller markets. That makes sense. Facebook should go back to what it does best, Farmville, Mafia Wars. I can wax poetic for quite a long time on what's wrong with those games too. People rely on Facebook for info and government is using it to spread misinformation. Yeah.
Will be sufficient. While important, these will not get to the core of the issue, which is that no one truly understands the destructive choices made by Facebook except Facebook. We can afford nothing less than full transparency. As long as Facebook is operating in the shadows, hiding its research from public scrutiny, it is unaccountable. Until the incentives change, Facebook will not change. Left alone, Facebook will continue to make choices that go against the common good, our common good. When we realized big tobacco was hiding the harms it caused, the government took action. When we figured out cars were safer with seatbelts, the government took action. And when our government learned that opioids were taking lives, the government took action. I implore you to do the same here. Today, Facebook shapes our perception of the world by choosing the information we see. Even those who don't use Facebook are impacted by the majority who do. A company with such frightening influence over so many people, over their deepest thoughts, feelings, and behavior, needs real oversight. But Facebook's closed design means it has no real oversight. Only Facebook knows how it personalizes your feed for you. At other large tech companies like Google, any independent researcher can download from the internet the company's search results and write papers about what they find. And they do. But Facebook hides behind walls that keeps researchers and regulators from understanding the true dynamics of their system. Facebook will tell you privacy means they can't give you data. This is not true. When tobacco companies claimed that filtered cigarettes were safer for consumers, scientists could independently invalidate these marketing messages and confirm that, in fact, they
I remember seeing an article, it was a couple months back. Facebook had actually made it harder for researchers to access data. There was a bunch of marketing data that they originally made available, not really for researchers, but for their advertisement partners. And it was very, very useful for researchers. And they noticed that it was being used to understand things about how the algorithms were functioning, what's it called? How the advertisement was functioning, the recommendations, etc. And Facebook shut that down real fast. Once they realized people could do research based on it, they shut it down right away.
It's a greater threat to human health. The public cannot do the same with Facebook. We are given no other option than to take their marketing messages on blind faith. Not only does the company hide most of its own data,
it's not a new thing.
My disclosure has proved that when Facebook is directly asked questions as important as how do you impact the health and safety of our children, they mislead and they choose to mislead and misdirect.
She stuttered.
Facebook has not earned our blind faith.
Oh my God.
This inability to see into Facebook's actual systems and confirm how they work is communicated and confirm that they work as communicated is like the Department of Transportation regulating cars by only watching them drive down the highway. Today, no regulator has a menu of solutions for how to fix Facebook because Facebook didn't want them to know enough about what's causing the problems. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been need for a whistleblower. How is the public supposed to assess if Facebook is resolving conflicts of interest in a way that is aligned with the public good if the public has no visibility into how Facebook operates?
Misspoke, entire testimony is wrong.
Facebook wants
She
you to believe
stuttered,
that
I
the
love
problems we're talking about are
Facebook now.
insolvable. They want you to believe in false choices. They want you to believe that you must choose between a Facebook full of divisive and extreme content or losing one of the most important values our country was founded upon, free speech. that you must choose between public oversight of Facebook's choices and your personal privacy, that to be able to share fun photos of your kids with old friends, you must also be inundated with anger-driven virality. They want you to believe this is just part of the deal. I am here today to tell you that's not true. These problems are solvable. A safer, free speech respecting, more enjoyable social media is possible. But there's one thing that I hope everyone takes away from these disclosures. It is that Facebook can change, but is clearly not going to do so on its own. My fear is that without action, divisive and extremist behaviors we see today are only the beginning. What we saw in Myanmar and are now seeing in Ethiopia are only the opening chapters of a story so terrifying, no one wants to read the end of it. Congress can change the rules that Facebook plays by and stop the many harms it is now causing. We now know the truth about Facebook's destructive impact. I really appreciate the seriousness which the members of Congress and the Securities and Exchange Commission are approaching these issues. I came forward at great personal risk because I believe we still have time to act. But we must act now. I'm asking you, our elected representatives, to act. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haugen. Thank you for taking that personal risk, and we will do anything and everything to protect and stop any retaliation against you and any legal action that the company may bring to bear, or anyone else, and we've made that, I think, very clear in the course of these proceedings. I want to ask you about this idea of disclosure. You've talked about looking, in effect, at a car going down the road, and we're going to have 5-minute rounds of questions, maybe a second round if you're willing to do it. We're here today to look under the hood, and that's what we need to do more. In August, Senator Blackburn and I wrote to Mark Zuckerberg, and we asked him pretty straightforward questions about how the company works and safeguards children and teens on Instagram. Facebook dodged, duffed, sidetracked, in effect misled us. So I'm going to ask you a few straightforward questions to break down some of what you have said, and if you can answer them yes or no, that would be great. Has Facebook's research, its own research, ever found that its platforms can have a negative effect on children and teens' mental health or well-being?
Many of Facebook's internal research reports indicate that Facebook has a serious negative harm on a significant portion of teenagers and younger and children.
And has Facebook ever offered features that it knew had a negative effect on children's and teens' mental health?
Facebook knows that its amplification algorithms, things like engagement-based ranking on Instagram, can lead children from very innocuous topics like healthy recipes. I think all of us could eat a little more healthy, all the way from just something innocent like healthy recipes to anorexia promoting content over a very short period of time.
And has Facebook ever found, again, in its research, that kids show sign of addiction on Instagram?
Facebook has studied a pattern that they call problematic use, what we might more commonly call addiction. It has a very high bar for what it believes it is. It says you self-identify that you don't have control over your usage and that it is materially harming your health, your schoolwork, or your physical.
Oh yeah, try. I don't need it here, honestly. Okay, sorry, never mind.
Physical health. 5 to 6%
I can mod you if you want it.
Have the self-awareness to admit both those questions. It
but
is
if you don't want it, I'm not
far
gonna.
More than 5 to 6% of 14-year-olds are addicted to Instagram.
Last Thursday, my colleagues and I asked Ms. Davis, who was representing Facebook, about how the decision would be made whether to.
Nah, I don't need mods. No one ever chats in Twitch chat. That's fine.
And she said, quote, "There's no one person who makes a decision like that. We think about it that collaboratively." It's as though she couldn't mention Mark Zuckerberg's name. Isn't he the one who will be making this decision from your experience in the company?
Mark holds a very unique role in the tech industry in that he holds over 55% of all the voting shares for Facebook. There are no similarly powerful companies that are as unilaterally controlled. And in the end, the buck stops with Mark. There's no one currently holding Mark accountable but himself.
And Mark Zuckerberg, in fact, is the algorithm designer-in-chief, correct?
I received an MBA from Harvard, and they emphasized to us that we are responsible for the organizations that we build. Mark has built an organization that is very metrics-driven. It is intended to be flat. There is no unilateral responsibility. The metrics make the decision. Unfortunately, that itself is a decision. And in the end, if he is the CEO and the chairman of Facebook, he is responsible for those decisions.
The buck stops with him.
The buck stops with him.
And speaking of the buck stopping, you have said that Facebook should declare moral bankruptcy. I agree. Yeah. I think it's
hey,
its
I'm
actions,
someone
its failure
too.
to acknowledge its responsibility indicate moral bankruptcy.
There is a cycle occurring inside the company where Facebook has struggled for a long time to recruit and retain the number of employees it needs to tackle the large scope of projects that it has chosen to take on.
Allow the
Facebook
ASCII
is stuck
art
in
in
a cycle
chat,
where
okay?
It struggles to hire. That causes it to understaff projects.
Can you elaborate on what they just said? I would have to re-listen. I'm sorry. I got distracted by people shitposting in my Twitch chat.
Of the buck stopping, you have said that Facebook should declare moral bankruptcy. I agree.
Yeah.
I think its actions and its failure to acknowledge its responsibility.
About the buck stopping with Mark Zuckerberg.
There is a cycle occurring inside the company where Facebook has struggled for a long time to recruit and retain.
Yeah, but
the number of employees it needs.
I agree with that argument, but not on the basis that he like necessarily knows or owns the algorithm. It's not about that. It's that when you're the meaning. It's about the fundamental philosophical meaning of being a leader. When you lead an organization, you are the last. Like that's the expression. The buck stops. You are the last point of responsibility. And what's very specific about being a CEO or a president or a prime minister, etc., is that you no longer have the excuse of not knowing. It's your business to know what your company is doing. It's your business to make sure that you're aware of all liabilities and risks and to evaluate them. And say, like, even if he can prove that he did not know that there were problems with the algorithms, that doesn't matter. And he is also majority shareholder. Well, yeah. But I'm saying, like, that doesn't... And, well, that's like why that's why obviously it's his job to know as well. Basically, I would go back to... it's something I've mentioned several times on stream. After World War II, one of the international courts that were judging people for crimes against humanity, when it judged, there was a Japanese general that was judged, and the general managed to prove that he had no knowledge of his troops committing atrocities and that he had never given orders to his troops to commit atrocities. But the court, regardless, judged that he was responsible as a general for making sure that his troops were not committing atrocities, that he was supposed to go above and that he was supposed to proactively prevent the committing of those atrocities as a general, that is literally his job description. So when you are a leader, there is precedent for you being considered to be proactively responsible for stopping problems. You can't just have a problem happen and be like, oh, oops, I guess I wasn't paying attention. I was just curious if you knew anything specifically, like if Zuckerberg personally was still responsible for this sort of thing. 100% he isn't. 100%. It's impossible that he actually has any sort of micromanagement control over the specifics of the algorithms. Maybe some vague top-level control of... maybe some vague top-level control in the sense that they like check with him and are like, oh yeah, this new algorithm in our A/B testing, it increased engagement by 20%, and he's like, oh cool, 20% extra engagement will mean like 15% increased profits. Amazing. I'm approving it. Like I could see those conversations happening with him, like, but very, very high level, at a very high level approach where none of the specifics are actually discussed. I would be surprised if he even knows anything about the statistics they're talking here, about the risks and liabilities of those algorithms, of like increasing harm to teenagers, stuff like that. I would be genuinely surprised if he was aware of it. Though I wouldn't be surprised if he was aware of it either. I'd say it's like just like random numbers, 70% chance he wasn't aware of it, and 30% chance he actually was aware of it. The reason why I suspect he wasn't aware of it is because large corporations tend to avoid responsibilizing people within them by compartmentalizing sensitive information, making sure that the people who know about something unethical happening, first off, never have the full picture. So it's like 5 different people in the company spread out in different positions that know different parts of something unethical happening, but none of them know like what's actually happening. They only have this like vague inkling of this thing happening that they approved, and they don't have the full connected picture. And then the rest of the company just doesn't even know what's going on. And if you want to control your own army to conquer new lands, you should try play the troll and support the stream. Yeah. Neyman is so fucking cool arguing leadership responsibility in this week's class. Okay. I don't know if I answered your question, Soap, but that's my take.
Tackle the large scope of projects that it has chosen to take on. Facebook is stuck in a cycle where it struggles to hire. That causes it to understaff projects, which causes scandals, which then makes it harder to hire. Part of why Facebook needs to come out and say, we did something wrong. We made some choices that we regret. is the only way we can move forward and heal Facebook is we first have to admit the truth. Like the way we'll have
you seen Squid Game?
reconciliation
No.
and we can move forward is by first being honest and
You
declaring
look like Kid Boga, by the way.
Being
I know.
honest and acknowledging that Facebook has caused
I actually do.
and aggravate a lot of pain simply to make more money. And it has profited off spreading disinformation and misinformation and sowing hate. Facebook's answers to Facebook's destructive impact always seems to be more Facebook. We need more Facebook, which means more pain and more money for Facebook. Would you agree?
I don't think at any point Facebook
I only
set out
have
to make
more
a destructive
questions now.
platform.
Shoot.
I think it is a challenge of
Give me questions.
Facebook has set up an organization where the parts of the organization responsible for growing and expanding the organization are separate and not regularly cross-pollinated with the parts of the company that focus on the harms that the company is causing. And as a result, regularly, integrity actions, projects that were hard fought by the teams trying to keep us safe, are undone by new growth projects that counteract those same remedies. So I do think it's a thing of there are organizational problems that need oversight, and Facebook needs help in order to move forward to a more healthy place.
And whether it's teens bullied into suicidal thoughts or the genocide of ethnic minorities in Myanmar or fanning the flames of division within our own country or in Europe, they are ultimately responsible for the immorality of the pain that's caused.
Facebook needs to take responsibility for the consequences of its choices. It needs to be willing to accept small trade-offs on profit. And I think just that act of being able to admit that it's a mixed bag is important. And I think that what we saw from Antigone last week is an example of the kind of behavior we need to support Facebook in growing out of, which is instead of just focusing on all the good they do, admit they have responsibilities to also remedy the harm.
But Mark Zuckerberg's new policy is no apologies, no admissions, no acknowledgement, nothing to see here. We're going to deflect it and go sailing. I turn to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. I want to stay with Ms. Davis and some of her comments because I had asked her last week about the underage users. And she had made the comment, I'm going to quote from her testimony, if we find an account of someone who's under 13, we remove them.
The part
In
I'm
last 3
interested
months,
in,
we rem-
I don't know like when she's gonna get there. This is a fucking like a 3-hour long talk. The part I'm interested in is I read an article recently. It obviously was based on her whistleblowing, mentioning how European political organizations were very frustrated with buying advertisement on Facebook because the Facebook algorithms promote angry scrolling. So what they noticed is that they only get engagement from putting out like hit pieces or hate ads, which doesn't really fit every single party's political line or even their like ethical lines. A lot of parties would like to do positive advertisement instead of negative advertisement, but the algorithms only promote engagement with the negative advertisement.
Remove 600,000 accounts of under 13-year-olds, end quote. And I have to tell you, it seems to me that there's a problem if you have 600,000 accounts from children who ought not to be there in the first place. So what did Mark Zuckerberg know about Facebook's plans to bring kids on as new users and advertise to them?
There are reports within Facebook that show cohort analyses where they examine at what ages do people join Facebook and Instagram. And based on those cohort analyses, so Facebook likes to say children lie about their ages to get onto the platform. The reality is enough kids tell the truth that you can work backwards to figure out what are approximately the real ages of anyone who's on the platform. When Facebook does cohort analyses and looks back retrospectively, it discovers things like, up to 10 to 15% of even 10-year-olds in a given cohort may be on Facebook or Instagram.
Okay, so this is why Adam Mosseri, who's the CEO of Instagram,
What a dilemma Republicans are in right now. Democrats want to hold Facebook accountable, but Republicans also hate Facebook. Hey, it's good. If we can get actual bipartisanship on this, fucking hells, yeah, let's go. This is something that's amazing that they unite behind. So the Republicans love Facebook. They get all of their vaccination and Trump news from there. Well, that's the problem too. I wonder if that's an algorithm problem or a people problem. Like content with negative effect gets more engagement because there are a bunch of miserable people. No, it's both, Sluggalisk. But you would want to see a responsible platform, not given. Like right now, how it would work is that the more engaged with content will get more promoted, right? Facebook wants to increase engagement as much as possible by all means possible without thinking about the morality. So even bad content that creates engagement will be promoted. But if you want to maintain a social media while keeping some kind of morality, you would like to think that you're going to force promotion of positive things, even though they get less engagement compared to negative things, but you're going to force promotion of the more engaged with positive things rather than just go with the more engaged with negative things. Maybe like that's one way you could compensate for it. But I agree with you, Slugalisk, in the sense that if you let the algorithm go unfettered, then obviously it's the negative stuff that's going to be promoted. Facebook is a great media, or you are just hating. The $10 have been deposited to your bank account. Please remove this message, Facebook. Facebook whistleblower, what matters, index. Okay, I'll check that out. This is one of the ultra rare moments that might actually bring some bipartisanship. Yeah. The only thing they might not be bipartisan on is the whole, well, like, manipulating people through Facebook, which worked mostly in conservatives' favor. Well, it's certainly the most used conservative platform, but they still think that Zuckerberg is taking all their freedoms away because they banned Trump or white nationalist XYZ. Yeah. Sure, but what if it's high engagement outrage about something that's actually morally problematic, like social justice issues or whatever? Like, how do you differentiate between someone getting mad about having to get vaccinated and someone getting mad about cops shooting black people? That's actually a really good point, Slugalisk. You can't. You don't differentiate between it. I think outrage porn is, to a certain extent, probably harmful for all people. Honestly. And I'm not saying that people like that we should not be made aware of, for example, police brutality or abuses of government and other things that will outrage us. We absolutely should be made aware of that. But outrage porn, just having this like high engagement stuff that makes you mad, being fed to you on Reddit, on Facebook, on whatever feed you're looking at, Twitter, whatever, it's harmful to you. And I know because I've been there. I've been there consuming that shit, like doom scrolling through Reddit, looking at the bad cop no donut or whatever that subreddit is, and getting fucking mad at those cops and stuff like that. It's not healthy for me. It's not healthy for society. I'm not improving society. I'm not finding motivation in that to go out and be an activist and change the world for the better. I'm just getting mad in front of a stupid fucking social media feed. So there is a balance there. Obviously, you don't want to just censor that shit. You want to allow people to access the like rightful outrage stuff, just as they can access the not rightful outrage stuff, the anti-vax stuff. But maybe compensate the promotion of it to a certain extent. Like it's a reality it's a reality in the way news has been monetized and structured, regardless, where the most profitable news is always the sensationalist news, the outrage news. That's always what's most profitable, most interesting for the viewership, etc. But that doesn't mean, but the problem there is that even when it's only facts being given, that still leads to a skewed view of the world. So in the examples you gave, Slugalisk, if the algorithms are overly promoting what you call, what we could call like righteous indignation instead of unjustified indignation, you still end up with a skewed worldview. Just because it's true, what people are being indignant about, doesn't mean that it's not going to fuck up their view of the world if it's promoted in the wrong way. So I think you bring up an interesting point, but I think I'll just say, like, it all has to be moderated. It just all has to be toned down. I think generally they police the Western world Facebook much more than the developing world. In the developing world, they just let the algos run wild. Did you watch Social Dilemma? I don't remember. I think I did, but I don't remember it fully.
Would have replied to Jojo Siwa when she said,
If I did.
Oh, I've been on Instagram since I was 8. He said he didn't want to know that.
Yeah.
So it would be for this reason, correct?
A pattern of behavior that I saw at Facebook was that often problems were so understaffed that there was kind of an implicit discouragement from having better detection systems. So, for example, I worked, my last team at Facebook was on the counter-espionage team within the threat intelligence org. And at any given time, our team could only handle a third of the cases that we knew about. We knew that if we
She
built
touches
even a
on this
basic
later,
detector,
that
we would
moderation
likely have
outside of
many
the
more
top 20
cases.
languages
Okay,
may be
then
lacking.
similarly-
I mean, she just said it right now, right? That it's not so much that a problem, like what she said just now, is that understaffing creates this indirect pressure to prevent better detection of problems, because there won't be any staff to handle it anyways. She already is talking about it.
Yeah, let me ask you this. So you look at the way that they have the data, but they're choosing to keep that data and advertise from it, right? You sell it to third parties. So what does Facebook do? You've got these 600,000 accounts that ought not to be on there.
Probably
And-
more.
And, right. But then you delete
It's all about the
those
Facebook
accounts.
algo's
But what
negative
happens
spiral,
to that
yeah.
data? Does Facebook keep that data? Do they keep it until those children
Oh,
go
shit.
to age 13?
Someone else. Oh shit, someone else is doing the right thing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Once you finish the tutorial, we'll be at 18 out of 20.
Since, as you're saying, they can work
Yeah, exactly. Not
backward and
enough
fi-
people
figure
staffed
out
in
the true
foreign
age
languages, yeah.
Of a user. So what do they do with it? Do they delete it? Do they store it? Do they keep it? How do they process that?
My understanding of Facebook's data retention policies, and I want to be really clear, I didn't work directly on that, is that when they delete an account, they delete all the data within, I believe, 90 days in compliance with GDPR. With regard to children underage on the platform, Facebook could do substantially more to detect more of those children.
Do I actually have to open this raid game? Yes. If you wanna help me out, you have to finish the entire tutorial, which isn't very long. It'll just take you 5 minutes. You can speedrun it. You can just click everywhere the yellow arrow points. Just gotta click everywhere on screen, and you'll be done with the tutorial.
And they should have to publish for Congress those processes because there are lots of subtleties in those things, and they can be much more effective than probably what they're doing today.
Got it. Now, staying with this underage children, since this hearing is all about kids and about online privacy, I want you to tell me how Facebook is able to do market research on these children that are under age 13, because Mrs. Davis was really, she didn't deny this last week. So how are they doing this? Do they bring kids into focus groups with their parents? How do they get that permission? She said they got permission from parents. Is there a permission slip or a form that gets signed? And then how do they know which kids to target?
There's a bunch to unpack there. We'll start with maybe how do they recruit children for focus groups? Or recruit teenagers. Most tech companies have systems where they can analyze the data that is on their servers. So most of the focus groups I read, or that I saw analysis of, were around Messenger Kids, which has children on it. And those focus groups appear to be children interacting in person. Often, large tech companies use either sourcing agencies that will go and identify people who meet certain demographic criteria, or they will reach out directly based on data on the platform. So, for example, in the case of Messenger Kids, maybe you would want to study a child that was an active user and one that was a less active user. You might reach out to some that came from each population.
And so these are children that are under age 13?
Yeah.
And they know it?
For some of these studies. And I assume they get permission, but I don't work on that.
Okay. Well, we're still waiting to get a copy of
Yeah.
that parental consent form, and that would involve children. My time has expired, Mr. Chairman. I'll save my other questions for our second round if we're able to get those. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Senator Blackburn, Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much, Ms. Haugen, for shedding a light on how Facebook time and time again has put profit over people. When their own research found that more than 13% of teen girls say that Instagram made their thoughts of suicide worse, what did they do? They proposed Instagram for Kids, which has now been put on pause because of public pressure. When they found out that their algorithms are fostering polarization, misinformation, and hate, that they allowed 99% of their violent content to remain unchecked on their platform, including lead up to the January 6th insurrection, what did they do? They now, as we know, Mark Zuckerberg's going sailing and saying no apologies. I think the time has come for action, and I think you are the catalyst for that action. You have said privacy legislation is not enough. I completely agree with you. But I think you know we have not done anything to update our privacy laws in this country, our federal privacy laws. Nothing, zilch, in any major way. Why? Because there are lobbyists around every single corner of this building that have been hired by the tech industry. We have done nothing when it comes to making the algorithms more transparent, allowing for the university research that you referred to. Why? Because Facebook and the other tech companies are throwing a bunch of money around this town, and people are listening to them. We have done nothing significantly past, although we are on a bipartisan basis working in the antitrust subcommittee to get something done on consolidation, which you understand allows the dominant platforms to control all this, like the bullies in the neighborhood, buy out the companies that maybe could have competed with them and added the bells and whistles. So the time for action is now. So I'll start with something that I asked Facebook's head of safety when she testified before us last week. I asked her how they estimate the lifetime value of a user for kids who start using their products before they turn 13. She evaded the question and said, that's not the way we think about it. Is that right, or is it your experience that Facebook estimates and puts a value on how much money they get from users in general? I'll get to kids in a second. Is that a motivating force for them?
Based on what I saw in terms of allocation of integrity spending, so one of the things disclosed in the Wall Street Journal was that I believe it's like 87% of all the misinformation spending is spent on English, but only about like 9% of the users are English speakers. It seems that Facebook invests
There go in the
more in
language
users making more
memes
money,
and
even
the
though the gain
understaffing
coming
in
out
the
based on
languages.
profitability.
Does it make sense that having a younger person get hooked on social media at a young age makes them more profitable over the long term as they have a life ahead of them?
Facebook's internal documents talk about the importance of getting younger users, for example, tweens, onto Instagram, like Instagram Kids, because they need to have, like, they know that children bring their parents online and things like that. And so they understand the value of younger users for the long-term success of Facebook.
Facebook reported advertising revenue to be $51.58 per user last quarter in the US and Canada. When I asked Ms. Davis how much of that came from Instagram users under 18, she wouldn't say. Do you think that teens are profitable for their company?
I would assume so, based on advertising for things like television. You get much substantially
That
higher
link.
advertising rates
I'm
for
sorry,
children
Joe
who don't
Hobos.
have preferences or habits. And so I'm sure they are some of the more profitable users on Facebook. But I did not work.
The link, it's fine. You gotta copy paste the link, but yeah, it's horrible. Well, I'm pretty sure the first part of the link works on PC, anyways. But thank you so much for coming in.
Directly on that.
Another major issue that's come out of this, eating disorders. Studies have found that eating disorders actually have the highest mortality rate of any mental illness.
Keep in mind you got to do the entire tutorial for it to count.
For women. And I led a bill on this with Senators Capito and Baldwin that we passed into law. And I'm concerned that this algorithms that they have pushes out
Sends you to the mobile version? What?
Promoting anorexia and the like. I know it's personal to you. Do you think that their algorithms
Oh shit, it
push
does.
content to young girls?
Crap.
Facebook knows that the engagement-based ranking, the way that they pick the content in Instagram for
Okay,
users,
copy
for all
paste the
users,
entire link then.
amplifies preferences, and they have done
Get the
something
PC
called a
link.
proactive incident response, where they take things that they've heard, for example, like, can you be led by the algorithms to anorexia content? And they have literally recreated that experiment themselves and confirmed, yes, this happens to people. So Facebook knows that they are leading young users to anorexia content.
They reproduced. Holy shit! That's so big. They reproduced the experiment to see that they led people to young people to anorexia. That's insane.
Designing their product to be addictive beyond even that content.
Facebook has a long history of having a successful and very effective growth division, where they take little tiny tweaks and they constantly are trying to optimize it to grow. Those kinds of stickiness could be construed as things that facilitate addiction.
Right. Last thing I'll ask is we've seen the same kind of content in the political world. You brought up other countries and what's been happening there. On 60 Minutes, you said that Facebook implemented safeguards to reduce misinformation ahead of the 2020 election, but turned off those safeguards right after the election. And you know that the insurrection occurred January 6th. Do you think that Facebook turned off the safeguards because they were costing the company money, because it was reducing profits?
Facebook has been emphasizing a false choice. They've said the safeguards that were in place before the election implicated free speech. The choices that were happening on the platform were really about how reactive and twitchy was the platform, right? Like how viral was the platform. And Facebook changed those safety defaults in the run-up to the election because they knew they were dangerous. And because they wanted that growth back, they wanted the acceleration of the platform back after the election, they returned to their original defaults. And the fact that they had to break the glass on January 6th and turn them back on, I think that's deeply problematic.
Agree. Thank you very much.
Interesting. Yeah, it's about their own research exposing all this shiz. Yeah, like it's about showing that they knew exactly what they were doing. That's a big yikes from me. Yeah. Anorexia sounds like the shittiest Final Fantasy realm ever. Yeah, don't go have your adventure in anorexia, okay? It's not a good place to go on an adventure.
Much for your bravery in coming forward.
Senator Thune. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Blackburn. I've been arguing for some time that it is time for Congress to act, and I think the question is always what is the correct way to do it, the right way to do it, consistent with our First Amendment right to free speech. Totally. This committee doesn't have jurisdiction over the antitrust issue. That's the Judiciary Committee, and I'm not averse to looking at the monopolistic nature of Facebook, honestly. I think that's a real issue that needs to be examined and perhaps addressed as well. But at least under this committee's jurisdiction, there are a couple of things I think we can do, and I have a piece of legislation.
Yeah, I want to talk about that because we're obviously going to be talking about the abuse of happening around Facebook algorithms and stuff like that. That's what's all of this is going to be about. But I saw a very, very relevant point being brought up that you have a really, really big problem when a single company and a single company's servers and infrastructure control the messaging, or rather the instant messaging of like 80% of the world is dependent on a single company's infrastructure. That is kind of fucked up, actually. That's where I knew that Facebook and WhatsApp are used by like 80% of the world, because I saw that map being shared on Reddit. Like, I wasn't blocked from communicating with people I needed to communicate with, but so many people, you're not going to have alternative ways of contacting someone necessarily. You could have added them on WhatsApp, but you don't have their phone number, which is rare. Normally you add people's phone number and then you add them on WhatsApp. I actually never had the opposite, so I don't know what that was about. But Facebook Messenger is still used a lot in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, in South America. You can actually end up having a WhatsApp contact without having their number. You have so much communication infrastructure that just is dead. It has a single point of failure. That is not good. Having a single point of failure for something that's basically an essential service is fucking terrible, and is a great argument for an antitrust procedure. People don't reply to emails. No, they do not. They do not reply to emails. Absolutely. I replied to an important email today. But people don't reply to emails. Next D&D campaign is that direction. You get double the taste for one meal, though. In the US, a lot of people use Instagram messaging. I did not know that, but that actually, I heard about that. But yeah, that's a great argument too. Like Instagram DMs, for sure. All of those instant messaging apps, infrastructures are dead. I'm like, why are you writing me here? Hey, they trying to slide into your DMs. That's what's going on. Gotta appreciate the game. Most users are fucking lazy. Like, Matrix is an open source decentralized messaging protocol with feature complete apps for every platform. It focuses on self-hosted private hubs for servers. Wait, let me read that again. Matrix is an open source decentralized messaging protocol with feature complete apps for every platform. And instead, everyone just uses the hosted servers. Dude, I never looked into it, but we're talking about people who aren't really into information technology, and you want them to care about something that's to describe it. You have to say self-hosted private hubs for servers and open source decentralized messaging protocol. You already lost like 99% of people, and it's not because they're lazy. But I get what you mean. That sounds fucking amazing. And as a tech person, I'm like, okay, yeah, that sounds great. We should probably be using that. But that's just not how marketing and user retention works. Those things has like inertia. You use an app because everyone else you know uses that app. So once an app reaches a critical mass, it's fucking nearly impossible to move people to another app. It doesn't matter that there are material, tangible benefits from moving to that other app, right? Right, there's a network effect. Yeah, exactly. And the network effect can work in your favor. If you get the ball rolling in the other direction, then if the network effect is now working in Matrix's favor, then whoop-de-doo, then the Matrix is going to be the next big messaging app. No doubt about it. But good luck getting there.
And Senators Blackburn and Blumenthal are both co-sponsors.
Like if you split up the company, everyone's still going to want the one thing that's easiest. Yeah.
To engage with social media platforms.
Yeah, but the splitting up the company is not at this point. Splitting up the company is not about making it so there's several messaging apps. It's about making it so WhatsApp servers and infrastructure is not the same infrastructure as Instagram or Facebook. So that if one of their infrastructures dies, there's still the other two apps are still up. That's the perspective from which I was talking about splitting up the company. Not in like that anything there is gonna like become decentralized or that the messaging app itself is gonna split up. I know that's not gonna happen. You could always use the postal service. I'm addicted to the USPS. You gotta snort those stamps, dude. You pick up an envelope, you grind up some stamps, and you're like, yeah, that's some good 50 cents postage stamp.
Being manipulated by these secret formulas that essentially dictate the content that you see when you open up an app or log on to a website. We also, I think, need to hold big tech accountable by reforming Section 230.
Hashtag stamps.
And one of the best opportunities, I think, to do that, at least for in a bipartisan way, is the Platform Accountability and Consumer Transparency, or the PACT Act, and that's legislation that I've co-sponsored with Senator
PACT
Schatz,
Act.
which, in addition to stripping Section 230 protections for content that a court determines to be illegal, the PACT Act would also increase transparency and due process for users around the content moderation process. And importantly, in the context we're talking about today with this hearing with a major big tech whistleblower, the PACT Act would explore the viability of a federal program for big tech employees to blow the whistle on wrongdoing inside the companies where they work. In my view, we should encourage employees in the tech sector like you to speak up about questionable practices of big tech companies so we can, among other things, ensure that Americans are fully aware of how social media platforms are using artificial intelligence and opaque algorithms to keep them hooked on the platform. So let me, Ms. Haugen, just ask you, we've learned from the information that you provided that Facebook conducts what's called engagement-based ranking, which you've described as very dangerous. Could you talk more about why engagement-based ranking is dangerous, and do you think Congress should seek to pass legislation like the Filter Bubble Transparency Act that would give users the ability to avoid engagement-based ranking altogether?
Facebook is going to say, you don't want to give up engagement-based ranking. You're not going to like Facebook as much if we're not picking out the content for you. That's just not true. There are a lot of, Facebook likes to present things as false choices, like you have to choose between having lots of spam. Like let's say imagine we ordered our feeds by time, like on iMessage or on, there are other forms of social media that are chronologically based. They're gonna say, you're gonna get spammed, like you're not gonna enjoy your feed. The reality is that those experiences have a lot of permutations. There are ways that we can make those experiences where computers don't regulate what we see, we together socially regulate what we see. But they don't want us to have that conversation because Facebook knows that when they pick out the content that we focus on using computers, we spend more time on their platform, they make more money. The dangers of engagement-based.
Yeah, she's been a little bit. She's not being disingenuous, but the question, like what she was about to say, is she was basically saying there is still an engaging experience on social media to be had. Oh shit! Thank you so much, Joe Hobo's Witness, for the completing the tutorial. 18 tutorial completions. Only two more, and we reach the $200, the $400 threshold. We move up from $200 to $400 threshold in the promotion. Thank you so much, Joe Hobos. Only two more, and we're there. We're gonna do and I'm gonna have to do the yoga live stream. I remember at Facebook where your feed was actually scrolling through everyone's posts and you see nobody's posts anymore. It's insane how few of my friends' stuff is ever on there. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like no, you post stuff and no one sees it. Absolutely. How much longer does this Raid Shadow Legends meme sponsorship last? It's gonna last for 4 more days, three more days, or 4 more days. I think it's 3 more days. Forever? No, it's not lasting forever. 3 more days. You have to go to someone's page to see their posts, yeah. But then if you go to their page, all you'll see is them and then ads for stuff they like, yeah. Yeah, what I was gonna say, she's not wrong. There is such a thing as an engaging social media experience where you don't have the curated permanent engagement rabbit hole being fed to you, being spoon-fed to you by algorithms. That absolutely exists. It's just that's absolutely not the same thing as what we experience nowadays. The algorithms. Thank you so much for completing the tutorial. Adjuchirurg. Wait, that's Adjuchirurg? Is that Gehirnchirurg? Okay. Anyways, that's 19 out of the 30. One more tutorial completion, and we reached the $400 threshold. Holy shit! Thank you so much. Anyways, to actually finish my sentence, it's never going to be it's never going to be engaging. It is, but in Estonian, nice. It's never going to be quite as engaging to have the natural feed versus the curated algorithm feed, which is good. It's actually a positive thing. As far as human beings living their lives go, it's a positive thing not to feel the like addictive compulsion to scroll and check your Facebook feed for content. That's a good thing, but it's bad for Facebook's bottom line. I'm sure she agrees with you. Yeah. I just felt like nitpicking the way she phrased it, but it's basically what she's saying, yeah. Like, I'm saying the same thing.
Knows that content that elicits an extreme reaction from you is more likely to get a click, a comment, or reshare. And it's interesting because those clicks and comments and reshares aren't even necessarily for your benefit. It's because they know that other people will produce more content.
I like the natural feed. I like it too.
They prioritize content in your feed so that you will give little hits of dopamine to your friends so they will create more content. And they have run experiments on people, producer-side experiments, where they have confirmed this.
So you and your part of the information you provided the Wall Street Journal, it's been found that Facebook altered its algorithm in an attempt to boost these meaningful social interactions, or MSI. But rather than strengthening bonds between family and friends on the platform, the algorithm instead rewarded more outrage and sensationalism. And I think Facebook would say that its algorithms are used to connect individuals with other friends and family that are largely positive. Do you believe that Facebook's algorithms make its platform a better place for most users, and should consumers have the option to use Facebook and Instagram without being manipulated by algorithms designed to keep them?
That's the social dilemma stuff. The doc was solid, yeah.
Like, I've spent most of my career working on systems like engagement-based ranking. Like, when I come to you and say these things, I'm basically damning 10 years of my own work, right? Engagement-based ranking, Facebook says we can do it safely because we have AI. You know, the artificial intelligence will find the bad content that we know our engagement-based ranking is promoting. They've written blog posts on how they know engagement-based ranking is dangerous, but the AI will save us. Facebook's own research says they cannot adequately identify dangerous content, and as a result, those dangerous algorithms that they admit are picking up the extreme sentiments, the division. They can't protect us from the harms that they know exist in their own system. And so I don't think it's just a question of saying, should people have the option of choosing to not be manipulated by their algorithms? I think if we had appropriate oversight, or if we reformed 230 to make Facebook responsible for the consequences of their intentional ranking decisions, I think they would get rid of engagement-based ranking, because it is causing teenagers to be exposed to more anorexia content. It is pulling families apart. And in places like Ethiopia, it's literally fanning ethnic violence. I encourage reform of these platforms, not picking and choosing individual ideas, but instead making the platforms themselves safer, less twitchy, less reactive, less viral, because that's how we scalably solve these problems.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I would simply say let's get to work. So we got some things we can do.
Yeah,
thanks.
I agree.
And she makes a great point. Like, Facebook is never going to be able to have the means to actually moderate its fees. That's never going to happen. So they scale down the reactiveness, their reactionariness of everything that's happening on the platform. They gotta tone it down. They gotta chill. Take a chill pill. She's absolutely correct with that. I 100% agree.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. Thank you for
it's the only way of improving this situation.
Courage in coming forward. Was there a particular moment when you came to the conclusion that reform from the inside was impossible and that you decided to be a whistleblower?
There was a long series of moments where I became aware that Facebook, when faced with conflicts of interest between its own profits and the common good, public safety, that Facebook consistently chose to prioritize its profits. I think the moment at which I realized we needed to get help from the outside, that the only way these problems would be solved is by solving them together, not solving them alone, was when civic integrity was dissolved following the 2020 election. It really felt like a betrayal of the promises that Facebook had made to people who had sacrificed a great deal to keep the election safe, by basically dissolving our community and integrating it in just other parts of the company.
And when I know their response is that they've sort of distributed the duties.
Yeah.
That's an excuse, right?
I cannot see into the hearts of other men, and I don't know what.
Well, let me say it this way: it won't work, right?
I can tell you that when I left the company, so the people who I worked with were disproportionately, maybe 75% of my pod of 7 people. Those are product managers, program managers. Most of them had come from civic integrity. All of us left the inauthentic behavior pod, either for other parts of the company or the company entirely over the same 6-week period of time. So 6 months after the reorganization, we had clearly lost faith that those changes were coming.
You said in your opening statement that they know how to make Facebook and Instagram safer. So, thought experiment. You are now the chief executive officer and chairman of the company. What changes would you immediately institute?
I would immediately establish a policy of how to share information and research from inside the company with appropriate oversight bodies like Congress. I would give proposed legislation to Congress saying, here's what an effective oversight agency would look like. I would actively engage with academics to make sure that people who are confirming are Facebook's marketing message is true have the information they need to confirm these things. And I would immediately implement the, quote, soft interventions that were identified to protect the 2020 election. So that's things like requiring someone to click on a link before resharing it, because other companies like Twitter have found that significantly reduces misinformation. No one is censored by being forced to click on a link before resharing it.
Thank you. I want to pivot back to Instagram's.
I'm remembering that one. Holy shit. Forcing people to click on a link before sharing them reduces misinformation. Oh no. That's not surprising at all. How often have you talked to someone who shares some article with you or some factoid or whatever, and you're like, oh, where is it from? oh, it's a headline. And then you read the article and you're like, did you actually read the article? No? Because the article says like the opposite of the headline. You're just sharing the headline around. Oh, interesting. That happens all the fucking time. That's epic. It is pretty epic, yeah. It's pretty fucking epic.
Targeting of kids. We all know that they announced a pause, but that reminds me of what they announced when they were going to issue a digital currency. And they got beat up by the US Senate Banking Committee, and they said, never mind. And now they're coming back around, hoping that nobody notices that they are going to try to issue a currency. Now, let's set aside for the moment the sort of the business model, which appears to be gobble up everything, do everything. That's the growth strategy. Do you believe that they're actually going to discontinue Instagram Kids, or they're just waiting for the dust to settle?
I would be sincerely surprised if they do not continue working on Instagram Kids, and I would be amazed if a year from now we don't have this conversation again.
Why?
Facebook understands that if they want to continue to grow, they have to find new users. They have to make sure that the next generation is just as engaged with Instagram as the current one. And the way they'll do that is by making sure that children establish habits before they have good self-regulation.
By hooking kids?
By hooking kids. I would like to emphasize one of the documents that we sent in on problematic use examined the rates of problematic use by age, and that peaked with 14-year-olds. It's just like cigarettes. Teenagers don't have good self-regulation. They say explicitly, I feel bad when I use Instagram, and yet I can't stop. We need to protect the kids.
Yeah, this is a true thing. It has to do with neurological development.
And outright lies from the company. I don't have
it's the same with gambling or microtransaction spending in video games.
As I am, so I will just jump to the end.
I've seen similar studies.
If you were a member of this panel, would you believe what Facebook is saying?
I would not believe. Facebook has not earned our right to just have blind trust in them. Trust is, last week, one of the most beautiful things I heard on the committee was trust is earned, and Facebook has not earned our trust.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Schatz. Senator Moran, and then we've been joined by the chair, Senator Cantwell. She'll be next. We're going to break at about 11:30.
Interesting. I wonder what Train would say about that.
And then we'll reconvene.
Okay, just as an aside, I've tuned into Train a couple times, and he's improved his messaging. As far as the gambling stuff goes, it's still disgusting, but he's improved. His stream title was in all caps, "Do not gamble. Do not watch if you have problems with gambling," like something like that. It was only for one stream. Then another time he was doing a gambling stream, he didn't have that title. But I was like, oh, okay. He is always 18 plus. He was regularly saying, I actually don't know if he was regularly saying it, but when I tuned into the stream, I tuned in right at the moment where he was saying guys, do not gamble. It's a waste of money. It's something that degenerate rich people like I do, but wins a huge amount. This is not the reality of gambling. Look, you guys are making fun of it, but it's important for him to be saying that. The only thing I have a problem with in that situation is that he can't be saying it all the time. I genuinely would want there to be a permanent message on the stream, showing how much money he's lost in total. For example, hey, he's lost $3 million over the course of 6 months. That would be a pretty fucking good message to give people. That's really a cop-out still, Imo. It's better than what he was doing before. If it's not enough, then I will actually agree, simply because I think it shouldn't be there. I think Twitch should nuke the entire slot section, honestly. I would be okay with that, personally. But as long as the slot section is there, then it needs to be regulated. There needs to be proper, the proper disclaimers and commentary to it. I don't know if that's even better, to be honest. It is better. It actually is better. Him telling people that he only loses money is better than not saying anything and people watching him for the big wins. It's obviously better because it takes away some of the blame from him. If he's gonna do it anyways, then I would rather do harm reduction. Honestly. If he's gonna do it anyways, I want him to tell people that it's the most fucked up thing he's been doing. Gambling has become so mainstream. It has. I get your point, so, but I'm almost always in those kinds of discussions. I'm almost always going to be on the side of harm reduction. Like I'd rather have something better than this like accelerationist idea that if he does something more fucked up, then he's going to get banned. What portion of his viewers change their mind because he says Gamba bad, no Gamba? I don't fucking know, dude. I genuinely don't know. If I had the number, I would throw it at you. Or maybe it would change my mind if it was a number that looked bad for my argument. But we don't have those numbers. In the absence of them, in the absence of actual numbers, of actual studies, I'm gonna go with common sense. It's not the best thing, but it's the second best thing. And my common sense tells me it's better than nothing. I didn't mean that to be so pointed. Sorry, it was a rhetorical question. No worries. I'm not. I'm sorry if you get the feeling I'm reacting defensively. I'm just like memeing it up. No worries. I'm just saying what I have to say on the subject, I guess. It's a fair question, but I don't have the answer to it. And like I said, in the absence of data, I'll go with common sense. And that's where my common sense points me to. Harm reduction.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The conversation so far reminds me that you and I ought to resolve our differences and introduce legislation. So as Senator Thune said, let's go to work.
Our differences are very minor. Well, they seem very minor in the face of the
Nodders loves
revelations that we've
nopers.
now seen, so I'm hoping
Oh, Nodders nopers holding hands. I saw that as a heart.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Less than
what
3.
examples do you know? We've talked about particularly children, teenage girls in specifically, but what other examples do you know about where Facebook or Instagram knew its decisions would be harmful to its users, but still proceeded with the plan and executed those harmful behavior?
Facebook's internal research is aware that there are a variety of problems facing children on Instagram that are, they know that severe harm is happening to children. For example, in the case of bullying, Facebook knows that Instagram dramatically changes the experience of high school. So when we were in high school, when I was in high school, most kids
You looked at me and changed your word.
Sorry. When I was in high school, most kids have positive home lives. Like, it doesn't matter how bad it is at school. Kids can go home and reset for 16 hours. Kids who are bullied on Instagram, the bullying follows them home. It follows them into their bedrooms. The last thing they see before they go to bed at night is someone being cruel to them, or the first thing they see in the morning is someone being cruel to them. Kids are learning that their own friends, like people who they care about them, are cruel to them. Like, think about how that's going to impact their domestic relationships when they become 20-somethings or 30-somethings, to believe that people who care about you are mean to you. Facebook knows that parents today, because they didn't experience,
that hits way
they
too
never
close to home.
experienced addictive experience with a piece of technology, they give their children bad advice. They say things like, why don't you just stop using it? And so that Facebook's own research is aware that children express feelings of loneliness and struggling with these things because they can't even get support from their own parents. I don't understand how Facebook...
Not because I've experienced that, but because I know the feeling of of having been bullied and looking at people around you and having that like demon in your head telling you they're all making fun of you behind your back. They all talk shit about you, and they only let you hang out with them because you're a nice decoration, or you're nice to make fun of, or because you bring stuff. I know that fucking voice, and I can see how social media makes it even worse. Stop to real. I'm sorry. Look, it's okay. We all have have those demons, and we can fight them. Okay. That's the lesson here. You don't need to be ruled by those voices. Was supposed to agree to disagree. Nodders and nopers shaking hands. Yeah, I understood it after. We've talked about teenage girls. People weird. That's so fucking true, to be honest. It's the last thing they see before they go to bed and the first thing they see when they wake up. Sounds like streams chat for me. No, I don't check out streams when I wake up. Why are you wearing glasses? Why not?
all these things and not escalate it to someone like Congress for help and support in navigating these problems.
Let me ask the question in a broader way. Besides teenagers or besides girls or besides youth, are there other practices at Facebook or Instagram that are known to be harmful but yet are pursued?
Facebook is aware that choices it made in establishing like meaningful social interactions, so engagement-based ranking that didn't care if you bullied someone or committed hate speech in the comments, that was meaningful. They know that that change directly changed publishers' behavior, that companies like BuzzFeed wrote in and said, the content is most successful on our platform is some of the content we're most ashamed of. You have a problem with your ranking, and they did nothing. They know that politicians are being forced to take positions they know their own constituents don't like or approve of because those are the ones that get distributed on Facebook. That's a huge...
Yeah, that's the one I talked about. Politicians taking positions they don't like because that's how you get viral on Facebook. Didn't know about the BuzzFeed thing. That's funny.
Huge negative impact. Facebook also knows that they have admitted in public that engagement-based ranking is dangerous without integrity and security systems, but then not rolled out those integrity and security systems to most of the languages in the world. And that's what's causing things like ethnic violence in Ethiopia.
Thank you for your answer. What is the magnitude of Facebook's revenues or profits that come from the sale of user data?
Oh, I'm sorry. I've never worked on that. I'm not aware.
Thank you. What regulations or legal actions by Congress or by administrative action do you think would have the most consequence or be feared most by Facebook, Instagram, or allied companies?
I strongly encourage
Like Mike Pence downplaying January 6th.
exempt decisions about algorithms. Right, so modifying 230 around content, I think has
One more tutorial meme or pog. Oh shit,
because,
Kino.
User-generated content is something that companies have less control
Nice.
over. They have 100% control over their algorithms. And Facebook should not get a free pass on choices it makes to prioritize growth and virality and reactiveness over public safety. They shouldn't get a free pass on that because they're paying for their profits right now with our safety. So I strongly encourage reform of 230 in that way. I also believe there needs to be a dedicated oversight body because right now the only people in the world who are trained to analyze these experiments, to understand what's happening inside of Facebook, are people who grew up inside of Facebook or Pinterest or another social media company. And there needs to be a regulatory home where someone like me could do a tour of duty after working at a place like this and have a place to work on things like regulation, to bring that information out to the oversight boards that have the right to do oversight.
A regulatory agency within the federal government?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator
Chairman.
Moran.
Thank you for holding this hearing. And I think my colleagues have brought up a lot of important issues, and so I think I just want to continue on that vein. First of all, the Privacy Act that I introduced along with several of my colleagues actually does have FTC oversight of algorithm transparency. In some instances, I'd hope you take a look at that and tell us what other areas you think we should add to that level of transparency. But clearly, that's the issue at hand here. I think
You also
forward, so thank you again for your willingness.
You also can't erase Facebook from your phone. You can only disable it. That sounds like an Android problem. I don't have that issue with an iPhone. Right? Uncracked. Yeah. And also, like, not an Android problem, but like a proprietary OS, like Android version of the OS. Because I imagine if you flash your OS with a generic Android, you can control the apps. I can't imagine that Facebook viruses your fucking phone. Yeah.
To do that.
And it can't, no, wait, sorry, let me retract that. Facebook does virus your phone. Facebook is known for actually exploiting, like holding onto exploits to abuse, like encroach on your privacy within your phone. If they can escape the bounds of what the app is supposed to be able to do on your phone, they will do it. They will do it without hesitation. And they'll get your fucking phone book, they'll get your fucking photos, they'll get access to your microphone, to your camera, they'll do all of that shit if they can, without a single moment of hesitation, because they have done so in the past. You can totally remove Facebook and Android, just use ADB on your computer using command prompt, easy. Yeah. Yeah, everyone can use an Android debugger with a command prompt, the command line utility, absolutely.
The documentation that you say now
Plus Facebook hot mics your phone, yeah.
exists is the level
that's
of
what I meant.
transparency about what's going on that people haven't been able to see. And so your information that you say has gone up to the highest levels at Facebook is that they purposely knew that their algorithms were continuing to have misinformation and hate information, and that when presented with information about this terminology, downstream MSI, meaningful social information, knowing that it was this choice, you could continue this wrong-headed information, hate information about the Rohingya, or you could continue to get higher click-through rates. And I know you said you don't know about profits, but I'm pretty sure you know that on a page. If you click through that next page, I'm pretty sure there's a lot more ad revenue than if you didn't click through. So you're saying that documents exist, that at the highest level at Facebook, you had information discussing these two choices, and that people chose, even though they knew that it was misinformation and hurtful and maybe even causing people lives, they continued to choose profit.
We have submitted documents to Congress outlining, Mark Zuckerberg was directly presented with a list of, quote, soft interventions. So a hard intervention is like taking a piece of content off Facebook, taking a user off Facebook. Soft interventions are about making slightly different choices to make the platform less viral, less twitchy. Mark was presented with these options and chose to not remove downstream MSI in April of 2020, even though even just isolated in at-risk countries. That's countries at risk of violence.
There you go, Sotsop. You were asking, like, did Mark Zuckerberg know specifically about things? She's basically saying outright here that that the Zuck knew about the Rohingya, like, genocide fueling propaganda being promoted by Facebook algorithms. Zuck knows everything.
If it had any impact on the overall MSI metric. So he chose...
Which in translation means less money.
Yeah, he said...
Right? Was there another reason given why they would do it other than they thought it would really affect their numbers?
I don't know for certain. Like Jeff Horowitz, the reporter for the Wall Street Journal, and I struggled with this. We sat there and read these minutes and we're like, how is this possible? Like we've just read 100 pages on how downstream MSI expands hate speech, misinformation, violence inciting content, graphic violent content. Why wouldn't you get rid of this? And the best theory that we've come up with, and I want to emphasize this is just our interpretation on it, is people's bonuses are tied to MSI, right? Like people stay or leave the company based on what they get paid. And like if you hurt MSI, a bunch of people weren't going to get their bonuses.
So you're saying that this practice even still continues today? Like we're still in this environment. I'm personally very frustrated by this because we presented information to Facebook from one of my own constituents in 2018 talking about this issue with the Rohingya, pleading with the company. Yeah. We pleaded with the company and they continue to not address this issue. Now you're pointing out that these same algorithms are being used and they know darn well in Ethiopia that it's
Jesus Christ, they man, it's so cool. Someone screen cap his image so he can use it in Tinder. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, dude. Actually, that could work, yeah. That could totally fucking work. Like, this image? Holy shit. This could work. That's why I put it in full screen, actually.
Causing and inciting violence. And again, they are still today choosing profit over taking this information down. Is that correct?
When rioting began in the United States in the summer of last year, they turned off downstream MSI only for when they detected content was health content, which is probably COVID, and civic content. But Facebook's own algorithms are bad at finding this content. It's still in the raw form for 80, 90% of even that sensitive content. In countries where they don't have integrity systems in the local language, and in the case of Ethiopia, there are 100 million people in Ethiopia in 6 languages. Facebook only supports 2 of those languages for integrity systems. This strategy of focusing on language-specific, content-specific systems, AI to save us, is doomed to fail.
I need to get to one of them. First of all, I'm sending a letter to Facebook today. They better not delete any information as it relates to the Rohingya or investigations about how they proceeded on this, particularly in light of your information or the documents. But aren't we also
what the fuck? Neyman looks like he just stepped off a dual prop plane from South America in the 70s with 300 kilos of uncut coke. Wicked.
Talking about advertising fraud. Aren't you selling something to advertisers that's not really what they're getting? We know about this because of the newspaper issues. We're trying to say that journalism that basically has to meet a different standard, a public interest standard, that basically is out there basically proving every day, or they can be sued. These guys are a social media platform that doesn't have to live with that. And then the consequences, they're telling their advertisers that this was we see it. We see it. People are coming back to the local journalism because they're like, we want to be with a trusted brand. We don't want to be in your website. So I think your finding for the SEC is an interesting one, but I think that we also have to look at what are the other issues here. And one of them is, did they defraud advertisers and telling them this was the advertising content that you were going to be advertising when in reality it was something different. It was based on a different model.
We have multiple examples of question and answers for the advertising staff, the sales staff, where advertisers say after the riots last summer were asked, should we come back to Facebook? Or after the insurrection, like, should we come back to Facebook? And Facebook said in their talking points that they gave to advertisers, we're doing everything in our power to make this safer, or we take down all the hate speech when we find it. But Facebook's own
and that was not true.
That was not true. They get 3 to 5% of hate speech.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Cantwell. And if you want to make your letter available to other members of the committee, I'd be glad to join you myself.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just went over the hard deck at 600 knots.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Howland.
I'm dangerous.
This week. It's very, very helpful. We're grateful that you're willing to make yourself available. Last week, we had another witness from Facebook, Ms. Davis. She came and she testified before this committee, and she focused on, among other things, the extent to which Facebook targets ads to children, including ads that are either sexually suggestive or geared toward adult-themed products or themes in general. Now, I appreciate her willingness to be here. I didn't.
Okay, I don't know who is that. Brent Sturgeon. I had the flying rare modifier on my Wicked. It was rad. I saw it. I saw it live. So don't worry about it.
In response to some of those questions. And so I'm hoping that you can help shed some light on some of those issues related to Facebook's advertising processes here today. As we get into this, I want to first read you a quote that I got from Ms. Davis last week. Here's what she said during her questioning. Quote, "When we do ads to young people, there are only 3 things that an advertiser can target around: age, gender, location. We also prohibit certain ads to young people, including weight loss ads.
ASL?
We don't allow tobacco ads at all, meaning to young people. We don't allow them to children. We don't allow them to minors, close quote.
Anyone remember fucking Yahoo chat? Does that shit still exist? Yahoo chat rooms? Okay, anyone remember Yahoo? We can just start. Let's just start there. How did we get there? Man, I don't remember. It was something with the like games and shit. Wait, why is there's nothing left on Yahoo anymore? It's just a bunch of links to other websites. It's all dead. Yahoo is dead. Anyone remember when Yahoo was killed? What were you doing when Yahoo was killed? I was too cool for Yahoo and hung out on EFNet and QuakeNet on IRC. Oh, are you fancy? I also was on IRC. I was downloading manga directly from Scanlation channels on IRC, dude. I was a hardcore weeb. That's what I was. Just their news and email. Yeah, that's all that's left. Yahoo is not that anymore. Yeah, I remember you could like go onto Yahoo Chess and there would be like this big chat room with hundreds of people, like shit like that. I'm the Top Gun. You can be my wingman any day. Oh man.
That exchange happened last week.
I used to play Yahoo Chess and Yahoo Pool.
Including a group called the Technology Transparency Project, or TTP, that have indicated that part of our testimony was inaccurate.
Motherfucker, I was an ad, not a plus. Ooh, fancy.
Conducted an experiment just last month, and their goal was to run a series of ads that would be targeted to children ages 13 to 17, to users in the United States. Now, I want to emphasize that TTP didn't end up running these ads. They stopped them from being distributed to users. But Facebook did, in fact, approve them. And as I understand it, Facebook approved them for an audience of up to 9.1 million users, all of whom were teens. So I brought a few of these to show you today. This is the first one I wanted to showcase. This first one has a colorful graphic encouraging kids to, quote, throw a Skittles party like no other, which, you know, as the graphic indicates, and as the slang jargon also independently suggests, this involves kids getting together randomly to abuse prescription drugs. The second graphic displays an anatip, that is, a tip specifically designed to encourage and promote anorexia. And it's on there. Now, the language, the anatip itself, independently promotes that. The ad also promotes it, insofar as it was suggesting these are images you ought to...
Wait, what? Wait. Anna tip number 2. When you're craving a snack, visit pro-Anna sites to feed your motivation and reach your goal. Oh. Throw a Skittles party. What the fuck is... How what do you call a bee from America? Oh shit, I don't know. I have no fucking clue, cutie pie. A USB. That's actually a really good one. I like it a lot. Be yourself. I like it. What's the leading cause of dry skin? I don't know. Towels? Oh. Oh no. Okay, that's a good one too. Shit. I love bad jokes, okay? So I'm in love with you, cutie pie, already.
Which, you know, as the graphic indicates, and as the slang jargon
That's a really good
also
one.
independently suggests, this involves kids getting together randomly to abuse.
I don't get the
prescription
Skittles
drugs,
thing
designed to encourage
in this guy's
independently promotes
presentation.
that. The ad also promotes it, insofar as it was suggesting these are images you ought to look at when you need motivation to be more anorexic, I guess you could say. Now, the third one invites children to find their partner online and to make a love connection. You look lonely, find your partner now to make a love connection. Now look, it'd be an entirely different kettle of
All
fish
the pills
if
in the
this were targeted
background.
to
No, I get it. There's all the pills in the background, but yeah, I guess that's what's
an
going
adult
on
audience.
there.
It is not. It's targeted to 13.
It's just hard for me to believe that you would actually, first off, that someone would pay for a generic ad telling people to just take pills. What the fuck? I'm not skeptical of what he's saying. I'm skeptical. I genuinely don't understand what the fuck is going on there. A Skittles party is when teens get together to abuse prescription drugs. Each kid brings a handful of pills to contribute. All the teens at the party dump their collective pills into a large bowl, creating a pile of Skittles. Each then grabs a handful like you would from a candy bowl and begins popping them. That's so fucking dangerous, too. People astroturf Reddit with pictures of freshly cut weed. Raffle, no one actually does that. I could imagine, I could see people doing that, and they would, most of them would overdose, yeah. That's a really quick way to get really sick.
13 to 17-year-olds. Now, obviously, I don't...
Especially if it's done by a bunch of ignorant teenagers who don't even know which pills will actually get you high. And they're just randomly popping, like, their dad's heart medication. It's just gonna fuck him up, like, physically, but not even get them high. That's the same type of propaganda, like saying people put drugs in Halloween candy. I've definitely read stories of people taking random pills at raves. Eating dishwasher tablets is a thing too. Oh yeah, the fucking dishwasher tablet thing. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Support, and TDP does not support these messages, particularly when
But
targeted to impressionable children.
it's weird shit.
And again, just to be clear, TDP did not end up pushing the ads out after receiving Facebook's approval, but it did in fact receive Facebook's approval. So I think this says something. One could argue that it proves that Facebook is allowing and perhaps facilitating the targeting of harmful adult-themed ads to our nation's children. So
oh yeah, the
could you
Tide Pod
please explain to
challenge.
me,
It was
Ms.
laundry
Howard,
detergent. Yeah.
how these ads
Tide Pod challenge.
with
That's the one.
approved by-
Yeah, I'm gonna skip this, guys. One, it's boring.
Mr. Chairman, I've got one minor follow-up question that it only seemed to counteract. Does Facebook still ads at teens based on those?
Targeting, Facebook may learn for an ad. Let's imagine you had some text on an ad. It would likely extract out features that it thought was relevant for that ad. For example, in the case of something about partying, it would learn partying is a concept. I'm very suspicious that personalized ads are still not being delivered to teenagers on Instagram because the algorithms learn correlations. They learn interactions where your party ad may still go to kids interested in partying because Facebook...
What? The Tide Pod challenge was a scam organized by Big Detergent to get powder users to switch to pods by creating elitist pods behind lock and key. What the fuck? The livestock deworming people are still talking about the Tide Pod kids. Yo, okay. I've already said it before. I actually get low-key triggered by people talking about ivermectin, being like, oh, it's the livestock dewormer. It's, first off, it constantly happens that medication, you discover uses for it outside of the usually prescribed uses, that you discover that veterinary medication can be useful in on humans, or vice versa, that human medication can be useful in veterinary situations. Those things happen all the fucking time. It's a real dumb argument concerning ivermectin. Like, there are plenty of good reasons not to take ivermectin for COVID. There are plenty of good reasons for it. But the fact that it's a horse dewormer is not the own that you think it is. It really isn't. The reason not to take it is because there are no conclusive studies showing that it improves treatment in any way. And in fact, ivermectin is literally what I was prescribed for a bear for his heartworm. Yeah, and human beings get prescribed it too if they get parasites. It's a dewormer. And dewormers sometimes have other applications. The dosages are entirely different as well as the usage. Yes, but dosages are something you can actually control. I took horse dewormer because it's cheap and my cat had worms a few years ago. That was apple flavor, what the fuck? The usage depends on specifically what's being treated. Sure, like there could be situations where the usage will be different in veterinary applications or depending on the specific thing you're treating. Not if you buy fucking horse deworming paste bought from a little livestock shop. Yeah, that's the paste has like 100 times higher concentration. I did not know the specific concentration. Look, those people could still be watering it down. I fucking hope they are. But considering the stuff about like poison center calls about ivermectin poisoning, most of them probably aren't watering it down. But they really fucking should be. And even if they aren't, the studies are really inconclusive. And if anything, ivermectin, even at human doses, is probably actually bad for you if you got COVID. But those are the reasons not to take ivermectin. And yeah, don't take horse doses of ivermectin. That goes without saying. You're right. All the self-owns of people thinking they have worms coming out, but it's actually their own intestines peeling away. Ketamine cures COVID. Well, might as well do all the horse medication, actually. Might as well do ivermectin, ketamine. Just take it. Take all the horse stuff.
Almost certainly has a ranking model in the background that
Scoops through as a hippie.
wants more party-related content.
Interesting. Thank you. That's very helpful. And what
And
that
I
suggests
like
to me
it.
is that while they're saying they're not targeting teens with those ads, the algorithm might do some of that work for them, which might explain why they collect the data.
There are human equivalent prescriptions for dewormers that you can get, obviously. The problem is that people are bypassing their doctors who refuse to prescribe it to them, and they instead go to livestock and feed shops to buy horse medication that is intended for horses. I know. I know. They buy the stuff intended for horses because that's over the counter. And if they were semi-smart about it, because if they were smart about it, they would not go over the counter for something that their doctors are refusing to prescribe, for the most part. If they were semi-smart about it, then they would water down the concentrations. They would look up the concentrations of the human dosage and consume that, right? But the ladies call me a stud, so obviously I needed the horse-based. Exactly. But we don't disagree, so like, obviously it's really dumb. The thing, I guess the thing I do disagree on is just saying the whole like horse dewormer thing is just not the own that I think people are say it is. I was half listening to what she said before. Did you retract your previous statement? And I didn't. I rephrased it indifferently. I'm not going to retract the fact that I don't think that I don't think calling it a horse dewormer is the own that people think it is. Horse dewormer could actually be a cure for COVID. It isn't. I've looked at studies and it really doesn't seem to be, but it could have been. That was the point I was trying to make. It's one of those situations where I look at people and they like get really happy about being able to own other people over something, and it doesn't rub me the right way. No, I still think it is the own that people think it is, because you're taking anti-parasitic medication and dosages meant for 2,000-pound horses. Look, the people that are taking in the 2,000-pound horse doses, well, yeah, they deserve to get owned. I'm agreeing with you there. I'm just assuming that most of them aren't like overdosing on ivermectin and are actually cutting down the doses. Maybe I'm dumb. Like, honestly, maybe I'm naive to think that they're cutting down the doses. But I'm assuming they are. At least most of them. Otherwise, so many of them would be fucking in the fucking hospital. The people that take 2,000-pound horses deserve to be owned. So I went to the farmer's market the other day, and there was a beekeeper selling bees, and I said, let me get a dozen, and he counted them out and gave me 13. And I said, Mr. Beekeeper, I bought 12, and there's 13 here. And he said, that's a freebie. Shit, Cutie Pie, are you still there? Did you hear that one? That one's right up your alley. Each tube treats 1,100 pounds with an apple cinnamon taste, ensure less waste. Great. Are you familiar with how ivermectin became popular among those dipshit Facebook groups? I don't know what started it, no. I don't know what started it.
Yeah, even while claiming that they're not targeting those ads in that way.
I can't speak to whether or not that's the intention, but the reality is it's very, very, very difficult to understand these algorithms today. And over and over and over again, we saw these biases the algorithms unintentionally learn. And so, yeah, it's very hard to disentangle out these factors as long as you have engagement-based ranking.
Thank you, Ms. Haugen.
Thank you very much, Senator Lee. Senator Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. Thank you, Ms. Haugen. You are a 21st century American hero, warning our country of the danger for young people, for our democracy, and our nation owes you just a huge debt of gratitude for children.
18 to get on Instagram, and definitely targets children as young as 8 to be on.
They are valuable.
Think of the children. This is a bit annoying in this whole interview. Every single politician has to ask her about the children. Think of the children. I find the whole Save Our Children stuff weak. Lola, yeah. We were thinking the same thing, Magic Show. Like, how many fucking times do they have to ask the same question? The same Trump-based disinformation group that pushed malaria pills curing COVID moved onto ivermectin and posted fake medical documents that lauded ivermectin as a cure for COVID. Like, it affects everyone, to be honest, not just children. Yeah. Have we learned anything from this hearing? Like, anything we didn't already know or could speculate about? Yes, it depends on what you already knew or speculated about, but yes, we learned a little bit. Just to address what Sosop is saying. Oh shit, Brent Surgeon, thank you for completing the okay, we're at 20. 20 out of 30 tutorial completions. I'm gonna have to do the goal now of the yoga thing. I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna respond to chat and then I'm gonna do the yoga routine. And then they disappeared when they couldn't keep up with demand and people turned to the horse paste. Shit. Well, okay. One thing that's interesting with the ivermectin stuff is that there was one study originating from India that claimed that ivermectin was a good cure for COVID, and it wasn't. It was poorly run, and the study was like retracted or like not published or something. But there was something at the start that looked like half legitimate. And it was total bullshit. Yeah, no, it's not a good study. It's not a valid study. But I'm just saying that to respond to the fake medical documents thing. No, it wasn't poorly run. It was a literal fabrication by a hack. Oh, it was a Okay, I might be misremembering. Then I thought there were like methodology mistakes. Not that it was a fabrication, but actually, maybe it was I don't fucking remember. I like looked into it a couple weeks ago. I don't know how far I went into it. Or rather, I don't remember where that rabbit hole led me to. Call Magic Turtle a nerd for me. Magic Turtle of Odin wants to call you a nerd. Or wants me to call you a nerd. Okay, have we learned anything from this hearing? I think the interesting parts that we have learned from this hearing are that Zuckerberg knew. Zuckerberg received direct reports of the choices that were being made in by Facebook. Zuckerberg knew, for example, that they were making the choice to opt for engagement-based incentives, despite knowing that they were encouraging racial tensions in Ethiopia. he knew that he was fanning the flames of genocide, and he still opted for profits. And the entire chair leadership of Facebook opted for profits instead of stopping there, instead of drawing the line there. Same for that's the most important part of the hearing, is the direct implication, direct knowledge. They don't have plausible deniability in this whole affair. They all knew exactly what they were doing because Facebook studied it. Facebook was aware of it. Facebook gave them the information about what was happening, what were the consequences of the algorithms and of what they were doing. And they decided, well, fuck it. We got to keep making more money. That, in my opinion, is the most important part of those hearings, of her, or rather of her whistleblowing in general. The other thing that's really interesting to hear, was really interesting to hear for me, she didn't really elaborate on it because the politicians senators and our Congress people keep asking her, like, what about the children? Which at this point I'm really tired of. But she mentioned it once. It's the how politicians are forced into taking political positions that are against what they want to take or what they want to represent, simply because they have to do the things that will work for the Facebook algorithm, which promotes reactionary takes, which promotes hatred and outrage in general. Pretty terrible as well was to hear that advertisers themselves were asking Facebook to change the algorithms, and they didn't. Yeah. Even advertisers were asking Facebook to better regulate their shit. Even the fucking advertisers were asking them to get their shit together, and they couldn't. There are better articles, but this is the first thing I found. I'll look for ones I actually want, but here. All right, thank you. Clamoring for ivermectin, some turn to a pro-Trump telemedicine website. Yeah, but we're into another think about the children speech.
Capped audience. So Facebook only cares about children to the extent that they are of monetary value. Last week, Facebook's global head of safety, Antigone Davis, told me that Facebook does not allow targeting of certain harmful content to teens. Ms. Davis stated, we don't allow weight loss ads to be shown to people under the age of 18. Yet, a recent study found that Facebook permitted targeting of teens as young as 13 with ads that showed a young woman's thin waist promoting websites that glorify anorexia. Ms. Hogan, based on your time at Facebook, do you think Facebook is telling the truth?
I think Facebook has focused on scale over safety and is likely over
to teens.
This research is freely.
We don't allow them to children either. We don't allow alcohol ads to minors. However, researchers also found that Facebook does allow targeting of teens with ads on vaping. Ms. Hogan, based on your time at Facebook, do you think Facebook is telling the truth?
I do not have context on that issue. I assume that if they are using artificial intelligence to catch those vape ads, unquestionably ads are making its way through.
Okay. So from my perspective, listening to you and your incredibly courageous revelations, time and time commitments, platform, Facebook cigarettes, that first social media account designed to hook kids as users, push manipulative committee, Facebook codes, Design and Safety Act.
Okay, anyways. Instead of continuing this video, I have to do the not the donation goal, the sponsorship goal. I said that at 20 tutorials completed, I will do a yoga routine on stream. So I'm sorry, I have to interrupt this for a minute. A few minutes, actually. It's going to take a few minutes. How are we going to do this? Holy shit, this is going to be a shit show. I probably should do it like on my bed. Yeah, I'll do it on my bed. Okay, let's do it this way. I'm going to have to unplug my camera so I can put it into Wi-Fi mode. Or stop. There we go. Now I'm over Wi-Fi. Okay, we need a yoga routine. We had one. Beginner short yoga.
Hi everyone, it's
Hi.
Rosalie here, and today I have a 5-minute flow for you. This is great to do anytime you want to wake up your body. Maybe it's in the morning or in that midday slump and you just want to get your energy moving. We're going to start right away coming into a tabletop position.
Okay.
So we're going to start in this tabletop position, making
Tabletop
sure your hips
position.
are above your knees. We're going to keep the hips nice and high and just walk the hands out in front of you. Keep reaching through those fingertips. Maybe you can let your forehead rest down on the mat. If you
Forehead.
have a little bit more room to play with, maybe bring your chin down on the mat. But only do this if it feels nice in your body.
Okay. Ow. Gotta take off the glasses. Alright, we're doing it. Alright, this is gonna be kind of scuffed because I'm gonna have to like keep going back and forth with the screen and the camera and everything. Please ignore the pile of like dirty clothes. All right. Microphone over here. You see me? Yeah. Like this is not gonna work. Okay, we gotta do it on the bed. Denim yoga. Yeah, it's denim yoga. I don't have sweatpants, okay? I don't have sweatpants, so it's gonna be scuffed. Oh. Holy shit, that actually felt really good. Chat, are we in bed with in doggy style? You can't do yoga on a bed. I know it's really scuffed. It's okay. Look at the sex den. Shaking my head, your chakras are all blocked by the bed. Yeah. Chat, we are in bed with Neymar in doggy style. Push that ass out. Wait, I fucked it up. Actually, that posture was so bad. Wait, I'll do it better. Like this. So stay straight. Yeah, okay, that was the right posture. Back's not arched. Amateur. That was much better. That was much better. I didn't have the... Now this is what we all came to see. Absolutely. Alright, next one.
With every exhale, melting your chest down a little bit more.
What thread count is that? I don't know. Is that a wallet in your
One
pocket?
more
That is
big
my
inhale.
wallet.
Exhale, melting it down. And we're going to walk the hands in here nice and slow, just coming into a child's pose. Just for a few moments here, sinking the hips nice and low towards the heels. Might feel nice to add a little sway from side to side.
A little sway. Alright.
And it might feel nice here to come up high on the fingertips, taking a big inhale to look forward. And exhale, the forehead comes back down. Good, let's go ahead and meet back in this tabletop.
Holy shit, that's my bad motherfucker. Hells yeah. It was a gift from my mom and my brother. A bad motherfucker wallet. It's so fucking cool. Like, honestly. Fucking coolest fucking wallet I could ever get. All right, let's do let's do this those two parts of the routine. All right. Release. Hey, I'm gonna really. What? That's amazing. What an awesome. Yeah, it's an awesome gift. Absolutely.
Position. Making sure
Invest in a yoga mat, dude. I'm literally only doing this because it was I decided as a goal for the raid sponsorship thing when we hit 20. I don't do yoga regularly, but honestly, actually having the yoga mat would be a good investment because then I could use it for like workouts and shit. All right, thanks to Whittles, I have the links I wanted before. Cool. Oh, I just clicked the Twitter thing. Cool. Start with this and then go and read this.
Are above the wrists as well. We're going to take a nice big inhale here to drop the belly and look up. On the exhale, press the mat away, tucking in your chin, your tailbone. Big inhale, bring your heart forward. And on the exhale, press the mat away, rounding through your back. Let's do one more like that. Big inhale. Exhale to push the mat away. Really nice. We're going to come back.
All right, let's do that. Sussy.
Back in a neutral spine. I want you to make
Holy
sure
the
those fingers
dumpy.
are really nice and spread. Go ahead and tuck the toes behind you. Press your palms into the mat, coming up into a down dog. Put a nice
Down
big
dog.
bend through your knees. See if you
What's
can bring your
down
chest
dog?
Nice and close towards the tops of those thighs. And then go ahead and straighten one leg, keeping the other knee bent. And then take it on over the other side. So you're just pedaling.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
And then go ahead and tuck the toes behind you. Press your palms into the mat, coming up into a down dog. Put a nice big bend through your knees. See if you can bring your chest nice and close towards the tops of those thighs. And then go ahead and straighten one leg.
Okay, let's try that. Now let out a long, deep. Good one. Anti-vax Madden. Never mind, gotta go. All right, see you, Eric. This one is pretty gilfy. TBH. She's fit in both the American and the British sense. All right. That one feels good, actually. That one feels really
The
good.
other knee bend. And then take it on over the other side. So you're just pedaling out through your
Proper
legs
fit
here.
bird, mate. Yeah.
Trying to sink the heels down towards the mat. It doesn't matter if they don't touch. Just have that intention. Good. Let's go ahead and
Also,
send
this, which is a
both
pretty good
heels
read.
down towards the mat.
Alright, no worries.
Let's take a nice big inhale to rise all the way into the toes. Exhale, heels come down. 2 more. Big inhale to rise.
Oh, a big inhale to rise.
Exhale down.
Exhale down. Alright, let's do this one. How many push-ups can you do? Not that many. I want to see me do push-ups. I'll do some push-ups after this.
More big inhale into the toes.
Now you'll do this for $400. What happens at $4,000? I don't know.
Nice big bend through the knees.
At $600, you get to. I take you to the park and we go work out in the park.
Step at a time. Keep those knees nice and bent. We're going to go ahead and fold our arms, grabbing opposite elbows. I want you here just to add a little sway here from side to side. It might feel nice to sway your head from side to side as though you're saying no. Maybe forwards and backwards as though you're saying yes.
Are you a nodder or a noper? Because I haven't worked out for a while now. Me neither. Are you a nodder or a noper? Moment of truth. I'm a noper. He's so sucky. No, I'm a noper. What felt good for me was noping.
And then let's go ahead and drop those hands heavy onto the mat. Putting a nice big bend through the knees. I want you to very slowly, in your own time, slowly curl all the way up. And exhale, draw the hands back to your heart. We're bringing our hands right behind us. Interlace the fingertips. Take a big inhale to reach your knuckles down, looking up. So you're really opening up through your chest. And on the exhale, dive forward here, sending your hands up and overhead. Might feel nice just to add a little sway here from side to side. See if you can create a little bit more space here through the shoulders.
Damn, that's
The hands interlace. Let's take one more big inhale to look up. Exhale, diving forward.
Okay.
Up and overhead.
So this is like from
Drop
here.
those hands heavy onto the mat.
I do a
Take
transition
nice
from
big bend through
like
the
up
knees.
here.
I want you to very slowly, in your own time.
Is this a giantess fetish? She's
Slowly
what the fuck are you on
all
about?
the way up.
Hands
And
up.
exhale, draw the hands back to your heart. We're bringing our hands right behind us. Interlace the fingertips. Take a big inhale to reach your knuckles down, looking up. So you're really opening up through your chest. And on the exhale, dive forward here, sending your hands up and overhead.
Okay, we can try this. So. You see me? Yeah. I start off from this. Okay, I have no idea if I'm doing it correctly at this point. I'm very confused about the proper posture. It's fine. We're getting towards the end.
Might feel nice just to add a little sway here from side to side.
And there's no way I got to this like angle where the like thighs are parallel to the arms.
Big inhale to look up. Exhale, diving.
Yeah, there's no way I did this.
Big bend through the exhale. We're going to release the hands down onto the mat.
Release the hands.
Again, big bend through the knees as you very slowly here, notch by notch, curl all the way up. Soon as your head comes up, big inhale, let's float those arms up. And exhale, we'll draw the hands back to the heart. Well done, everyone. Well, thank you so much for
Hey, that was it. Hey! We did it. Congratulations, everyone. We just did a yoga routine. Bile is what makes poop brown. Good job. Can you do a yoga pose called up dog? No, I only know how to do the down dog now. What's up, dog? Ha 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 ha. All right. Okay, I would love to go dissect this fell for it. Shylark flip, yeah. I'd love to finish dissecting this this and also go through the links that Soap sent me. But don't though, just play StarCraft 2. I will actually play StarCraft 2 again at some point. But maybe Age of Empires 4 will be released by then, in which case I'll just play Age of Empires 4. Anyways. Look. It's actually 1:20 a.m. right now. It's actually 1:20 a.m. here right now, so I'm gonna have to end the stream. Well, unfortunately, because I'm enjoying it a lot. I don't want to end it, but I have to. It is time. And actually, it was time a while ago. But I'm still here, so... Look, what we're gonna do. You don't have to, that's a personal choice. -W. I enjoyed my stay. SGGL. Look, what we're gonna do... I'm gonna keep the video open. We're gonna finish going through the Facebook whistleblower stuff. I'll try to stream tomorrow earlier, since I'll have something. I gotta go meet with someone at 8 p.m. tomorrow. So it'll be pretty. So I'll try to stream earlier. That way I'll do a quick stream tomorrow, and we can finish this maybe. How about we wind down the stream and viewership simultaneously with a few quick games of Valorant? No, not right now. If it was earlier, I could, but it's too late for me to like go into an hour or two of video games. Take it easy, you too, Frank. Thanks so much for dropping by. All right, love you all. So proud of y'all for getting me that like the next level in the raid sponsorship, and thank you so much for the support and everything. Yeah, love y'all. Have a good night, good day, whatever. Let's see if we're gonna raid someone. Is anyone I know streaming? Oh, Kartoffelkopf is streaming. Senpai Chao is streaming. Tekajin is streaming. Wait, I know all of those people. I'm really important is streaming. Oh shit! If you want more raid Destiny, no, I'm not gonna raid Destiny. Hey, I think I'm gonna raid. I'm really important just because he actually is gonna run a politics content creator workshop, and as you can see, he's still a small streamer, but much bigger than I am, and it's a really cool thing that like a bigger streamer doing a workshop type thing, and I signed up for it, and I don't know when it'll be ready, but I'll take this chance. I never really have the chance to like raid him, or haven't really had the chance to talk to him. But I'll do it now. If you want to keep getting your political content down.
Applaud these moderate Republicans when they do the right thing, so that.
And look at it. Look at this Chad actually.
Normalcy, but
holy shit!
This is a disappointing turn of events.
Look at this nice stubble.
We will not vote to raise the debt ceiling until
Don't you want to kiss him? Look at this, look at this dreamy curly hair actually. It's
yeah, I mean,
fuck.
If this
my hair feels inadequate.
Of how the...
God damn it! I'm. Go tell him he has beautiful. His hairline is strong. His hairline is way stronger than mine. Look at my fucking M-shaped hairline. But it's okay. Some people need it. Okay, I don't. There you go. Anyways, thanks for watching. Love y'all. And yeah, gonna leave you with him. Bye bye. Good night, or good day, or whatever you're doing.